Your skill has increased. Your skill has increased.
Oh god, my skill is increasing for some reason. Why? Fucking Chamber B will aggro me. OBS Studio disconnected. Why? Dropped frames. Okay.
Your skill has increased.
Fucking annoying. Well, that's the last time I ride the horse all tabbed. And I learned. It's a lesson I should learn. Like what happens. It makes me laugh, kind of. I couldn't even bring back stuff to sell, really. But I'm already halfway. I'm halfway to the horse already with what I currently have. That's fine. My god, where am I? I really have no idea where the town is from this direction now. I guess I'll kill the Razorbacks and then I'll use the arrow to get back home. Their map system is really bad, frankly. Wow, you killed my cat.
Your skill has increased.
Can I tame a Razorback?
Your skill has increased.
This is where I saw the horses. Maybe I can train a horse. Or, I'm sorry. Yeah. There's a horse. There's a horse. Yeah. And then I don't have to pay for another horse. I just saddle this one up and we're just as good. I lost some loot, but I mean, eh. What's up, horse? Oh, Dapplewood, huh? Oh, I know. Yeah, I should probably actually, before I tame him, I'll get some grass. Good, good. That went well. Gonna heal you and get you out on that hell mine again until I get my fucking coffer key. Yep, and sooner or later the Hellmine or the Wraith will get me my coffer key. I suppose, I don't know. I don't even really need to get in this fight, I don't think, really. Just bad things will happen. Yeah, just, so annoying. Okay, bring him back.
Your skill has increased. Your skill has increased.
Yeah, there's no way you're casting that spell, you idiot. Yeah. Been wailing on you for like a long time. Yeah, the Wraith actually gave me a run for my money. What's he check? He's T. Yeah. He'll pay well. Let me kill him here. Thank God it wasn't Faraga. I might actually die. Yep. Oh, he got one off on the Tiger, though, which is so annoying. So I didn't know that stay was a thing. I had no idea. I'll have to macro it. What's that sound? Oh, had the horse, yeah. Well, now that I've got another horse, I'll go to the bandit cave. He's 38, that's good. You know, it's funny. It occurs to me I could just move into somebody else who next door to somebody else who has a lot of amenities. I just use them all day. What are they gonna do? Kill me? I mean, I guess so. I was looking at this animal. He is a bush pig. Oh, there's somebody. Give him a wide berth, respectful berth, you know? We killed this thing right. Yeah, oh, yep, I'm full. Cool. I did not get my key, but I will get my key eventually. Kind of looks like two of them, but it's one, huh? Yeah. What do you mean? Oh, he's full. Oh, I did not know you could heal them like this. I did not know you could heal them. I need to macro it. Okay, macros of stay. I did not know stay was a fucking thing. So, yeah, heal, tiger, lamb. We'll copy this and we'll move it. Yeah, and we'll say stay is JA stay T. No, probably, it's actually probably pet. Oops. Pet stay me. Oops. I've got to put up the bar fire or he'll kill me. The self-destructor will fucking waste me. I better get up, I better start getting shields up and stuff. Yeah, because he'll crit me here. I somehow have two now, and I don't want to lose this tiger, so... There's Berserk. That's good. That's good for me. I'm gonna rampage him in a second. Kind of tense with the beetle.
Your skill has increased.
I don't know. I'm doing okay. We'll kill him here. Yeah. 109. Come on, drop that key. Drop that key. Damn it. Getting the coffer is another nightmare. Oh god. Chamber beetle's a waste of time, kind of. Where am I going? I'm going to that bandit. Yeah, that bandit thing. It's just right over here, I guess. Oh, cool. Is it a dungeon? It's a dungeon. Awesome. Well, I gotta hide this horse somewhere where he won't get fucking murdered. Maybe I'll just bring him with. What do you mean, Bug Villas? Oh, there's someone up there, huh? There is somebody up there, huh? Well... I want to hide my horse somewhere where nobody will go. pet. And how's this going? Oh, yeah, I'm doing okay. I want to park the horse somewhere where they won't kill it, or even where they know where they'll know where it is. You know. Here's a decayed house. I think. Oh, I don't know. I don't know if it's decayed actually. But in any event, I think it's unlikely that anybody will come here. I think this person is probably done with the game. Yep. And you're gonna say state. We're gonna look around this house and yeah, like, I don't know. It's possible that someone might come here and kill the horse, but I think this is a fairly good place to stash him. I can even come back and get him if I want. I think I want to pull out the bow to start this. Might have some PvP here. Actually, I want to feed him before I do anything. I saw someone up there. I saw his name and everything. Probably scared the shit out of him, maybe. We'll see. The fuck was that? It's pigs. It was pigs running by for some reason. Dear God, why? What? I noticed that I'm inside this bush where it's probably hard to see me. It's kind of cool. What the fuck is that? Is he red? No, he's not red. Yep, I'm just going up here. I was just getting La Tresor de Fab. I will come in here and feed you all of that so that you don't leave me. Don't leave me. Oh, sorry, I have no intention of messing with you. Not letting him gank my fucking horse. Fuck that. Alright, just follow me, it's fine. a plain ring. That's good. Scary to me. A little bit. What was that sound? The fuck was that? What was that? Bandit. Okay, well. Oh! Oh, come on! It was like 2 feeds! Come on! Oh my god, run. Oh, come on! It was 2 feeds! I feel like I fight the game more than the players or the mobs. It was 2 feet, you piece of shit. Well, I learned. Son of a bitch. Ugh. Such an asshole. Are you gonna leave me alone? Fucking so annoying. Now I gotta go all the way the fuck back and look for another horse or whatever. Whoa. Ah. Dicks. I don't know why 3 came running around like that so fucking crazy either. That was what really caused this suddenly triple aggro from through the wall, which is bullshit. And now what? I've got to go back for that fucking horse course that I can't even go up there till I have health. And I'm learning. Game's challenging. I don't want to make mistakes like that. I learned that the horse sucks, and you gotta be really careful. You didn't sit? No, you didn't sit. And that's so annoying. That's alright. I gotta go pee while she sits, while they both sit. I'll be right back. What was that? That was something attacking me. Damn it, I was trying to go pee, and I got 10 seconds before the pop aggro. Come on, man. Fucking dumb. Fucking pop aggro bullshit. It's fine. So annoying. Lost. Well, at least the horse was free. You know? At least the horse was free. I have 4 gold worth of heads, which is good. I should go just get the rest of my bandit kills. This guy... If you touch my horse, I would be mad. God damn it. You can gank me if you want, I don't care. My horse died of fall damage. Ooh. Well, if it wasn't hard, it wouldn't be fun. All I was trying to do is skim my fucking horse. Fucking asshole. If you give me time to fucking pull my sword. Cocksucker. But no, you're a piece of shit with no honor on a piece of shit, no honor game. Big surprise. Piece of shit with small penis, no honor, no sense, and no honor, you know? Fucking don't even give me time to pull my fucking sword while I'm skinning my fucking horse. Die to fall damage. I don't threaten you or pull anything. Like, fucking cocksucker. But I mean, that's honorless, small penis, small brain, piece of shit PvP in 2024. I mean, what can you say? It's always like they got some advantage. They always pull the weapon first or surprise you or get the first blow in or whatever the fuck that was. I couldn't get the sword out fast enough. Guy was fucking pushing me with his fucking horse or whatever. And it's like, what the fuck, you fucking stupid piece of shit cocksucker. I don't even have a horse out here. You're fucking with me? Piece of shit, while I'm skinning the dead horse or whatever. Can't you at least let me pull the sword first? No, because small penis, no honor, cocksucker. I don't remember where the fucking priest is. I mean, it's not like I care about any of that. The thing I cared about was already dead. It died of fall damage. Fucking annoying. I'm gonna go raise the funds for a horse real quick. But I like I mean, you know, it's whatever. I like that it felt like he could do that if he wanted to. I have no complaint about the PvP. I just dislike that I didn't get to fucking draw the sword fast enough until tomorrow, right? The same fight tomorrow, I would have kicked his fucking ass. I would have blocked and everything, right? But no, same fight today, I lose because it's this honorable cocksucker has to get his win in, how he can get his win in, because tomorrow they're going to take his little win away. Suddenly I can get my fucking weapon out and fight you at the same exact time that you pull your weapon or whatever. It is fucking over for you, bitch, and your little piece of shit, small penis, dishonorable cocksucker, honorless piece of shit fucking lifestyle ends tomorrow, and I'll fucking get the sword out in time, and I'll fuck you over. I would have won that. I was 2 hits from the win. It was the 2 hits that I didn't get, because pulling a fucking weapon in this game sucks dick. You know it does. I didn't know you were gonna fucking attack me. The fuck do I know? So yeah, I could fumble for my fucking weapon. The fuck? Yeah, and I gotta fight the game, and I fight the bad mechanic that he literally edited out of the game today. It's like ending today. So congrats on that win that you got because of pulling out a weapon. But tomorrow it won't be like that anymore. Congratulations on your fucking clever use of fucking F mechanics. Yep. Fun. And now what happened there? You didn't want to put it on or what? Can only equip items from the inventory. Okay. Why did you do the other one then? Alright, whatever. There we are. And I need a spear. I bought a spear, didn't I? Yes, I did. Good, and there's a spear. I'll need band-aids, which will take some money. Yeah, I'll just take, like, whatever that is. Yeah, or that's nothing, huh? I'll take that, yeah. And, well, that guy got my last 2 gold. Grats, you know? Piece of worthless, honorless shit. Like, come on, man, like... I need a headpiece. Yeah, is that the one I'm missing? Yeah, but I best go buy some, huh? Oops. Yeah, I don't think I have a headpiece, huh? No, I don't. Okay. That's okay. Did you do this right? Yeah, and then, okay, so... Okay, and I will switch games here. Get back up on a horse when I get back in, but it was a good session. When I get feeling frustrated, you know, one nice things about this game is you can just log in and log out of it at will, which I really love. Oops, I should have been stay. Damn it. And so I will pop to some 76.
Video game is intrinsically fun. This is the same faulty assumption made by countless developers who have stuffed dull, pointless open worlds into their games. Wandering a virtual world is not fun in of itself, at least not for very long. Not after the novelty of what the player is seeing wears off. Exploration needs to be supported by some other system, be that combat, crafting, questing, character progression, role-playing, or player-to-player interaction. It's honestly pretty arrogant to assume players will just aimlessly wander your game world simply because you made it. However, this arrogance is not at all surprising when it's coming from a studio that has been bragging about modders fixing...
Wait, what? Well, in case you missed it, check out our community spotlight article featuring Once Upon a Wasteland on Fallout.com. 8-time Signal Award winner. Okay, what is that? The Battle Scarred bundle returns. Okay, well... Like, that asshole could have just rode by. Was it really worth the 4 gold or whatever to fucking waste me out there and catch a murder count? Or, what, not murder count, but a fucking, you know, standings hit? See if the ice belt's up yet. No. But soon, I think. Gotta get that Helmine. Oh, wait, did I come out the wrong way? I think I did. Oops. Get that Helmine. Were the bats aggro? Do these bats aggro? Yes, they do. Alright, well. That's okay, kill them. Alright. Wow, like, I like Mortal, but man, it does not play well with others. Playing with a client that actually does is kind of fun. Suddenly 11 actually works, you know? Fuck, like, Mortal is not optimized.
Too cool in the kitchen. Join the fire breathers today.
Your telephone's nice. But I don't want to join the fire breathers. I want Let's go do that. Yeah, let's go to the recipe. That sounds good. Wow, watching it like with actual frame rate is nice. It's not chugging. Three-star legendary armor is only. But I want to. It's 100. Let's go see if I can crack it all. $81, but not quite enough. That's okay, worth a check. Now, what else? Back on the beat. Let's see what's on the agenda here. Okay. So I don't really want to fight those funnel bats. I want the mine. Oh yeah, I'll go sell that bulk.
I am authorized to trade supplies and equipment.
But what happened to those the bulk stuff that I had? Bulk ballistic fiber. I should just buy all of it, but I don't know. Can well, we'll buy one. Yeah. So what happened here? Where's the box at? So what happened here? Like, that doesn't make any sense. I must have put them away, I guess. No, what happened to the bulk stuff that I had? Oh my god, did I lose it? I don't know. I thought I bulked up a whole bunch of stuff, but I don't know. Well, Uh, who's that? Thank you. Why is she like immune to electrical? God damn it, you're annoying. Where are you? What? She's like immune or something. I'm like, whatever. Oh, isn't there a mini nuke? If you follow this, no, this is a different thing. The mini nuke thing is... Oh, I want to go get that real quick for the big mobs. Yeah, that's always a really good thing to get. Oh. Game looks good. You killed my tiger, did you? How did this work out? Well, at least the funnel bats will hold up for a while. Hopefully I can get my I can keep throwing stuff at him. Oh god. Don't kill me. Not poison god. No. So annoying. Fucking so annoying.
Increased.
God damn it. I can't seem to catch a break here. He will not let me rest. I can't reward him. I can put the chamber beetle on him and he'll tank it for a while, but I don't know if I'm going to be able to live. Come on, funnel bats. He slept me. Something slept me. What happened here? Oh, he just turned and killed me. He was like, nah, I'm gonna kill you. Okay, well. I don't know why that was so bad suddenly. Like, the tiger got his ass kicked. The racer a bad target, maybe. Yeah, we learn. Sooner or later, I'll get my coffer key. I remember how bad this is. Yeah. This one's fun, though. I don't mind this one, because I don't have to travel or do anything stupid. Ouch. Oh, that hurt. I can't believe there's not an enemy spawner for Starfield. That's just insane. Let's go to Starfield Nexus and just see what the lineup is. I figured I was too lazy to do it, but I'm not. Let's sort by popular of all time. Star UI inventory. Starfield upscaler. No color filters. Address library for SFXI plugins. Undelayed menus. Easy digipix. Smooth ship critical. Achievement enabler. Effect textures enhanced. Starfield frame generation. Better HUD. Compact mission UI. Icon sorting text. Constellation tweaks. Star UI. I don't see what I'm looking for. Less spongy enemies might be really good on legendary difficulty. Not good enough. Almost none of this. Like they didn't let the modders make the game interesting anymore. I don't think they wanted them to do that anymore. It's kind of crazy. They've changed so much as a company. But it's their business to do so.
Their games for years while touting how this game will be a modder's paradise. Truly, we are beyond the point of Bethesda expecting players to fix their games for themselves.
No, what everybody didn't know is Bethesda didn't want them modding for them anymore. They monetized them to keep the scene alive and allowed them to get monetized. But in return, they were like, well, we don't really want you fixing our games anymore. It implies that we can't make our own games good, and it kind of does. Oh, damn it. Get out of it. So much better when they're not bullet sponges. It's like actually fun.
now entered a point where Bethesda expects players to make their games fun for themselves. What's
No,
fascinating
they don't
is that
expect
even
it.
though Starfield has
They don't want it.
crafting, questing,
They're
character
changing
progression,
it. They
and
changed
even some
it.
role-playing,
They don't
none
want
of those
people
elements
fixing their
ever
games.
tie back into exploration in any meaningful way. This is because, once again,
Which is
Bethesda
why
was afraid to
like,
make
if
players
you don't believe me, like, trust me, Bethesda does not want the modders touching their games anymore. Want to know how I know? Starfield has no mods. SFSC went down. You can't mod Skyrim anymore. Anniversary Edition just straight up won't let you do it beyond the store. Asshole. Science or whatever it is. So I can mod these weapons to get cool things for them and all those cool shotguns and all that. What was it? I hate how short you flashed them. What was it? I mean, sort by value. So, yeah, we're using the right weapons. I have a double barrel now, which is actually a gun I wouldn't mind using. Short laser pistols I can scrap. That's good. All kinds of stuff there. But the double barrel is fun. Yeah, I'm not using that Ghoul Slayers probably ever again, so... I want to run double barrel in because I know it'll do a lot of damage. Yep, I want to bring in yep, there we go.
Love coming here on weekends, taking flight lessons. Now it feels like I walked into a nightmare. Those scorched things are everywhere. I kept quiet.
Ooh, what's that?
They didn't see me. I managed to observe them for a bit. Whatever this disease is, it seems to completely take over its host. The ones that used to be human, eventually they go rigid, like some kind of stasis. And if they stay like that for too long, they sort of burn up from the inside out. Vesuvius is Earth. I wondered what could possibly cause all this. And then I got my answer. It swooped down from the sky, screeching, breathing, infecting everything. I don't know how to fight this. But we need to consider all our options. Even the nukes. We find the source of this scorched plague, wipe it from the map before it can leave Appalachia. But first things first, we can't let the disease spread to us. Looks like the responders were developing some kind of inoculation. I'm going to pick up their work. You should too. This is the Overseer. Signing off.
Be my final resting place. Here I am.
Cool. Oh, I got a missile. I'm 20 now, huh? Or I don't know. Am I 20? I don't know. But I think I... Oh, no, I can't use that yet. But I will. I will be able to soon.
Every day brings the end of live.
Players engage with the empty planets portion of the game because they were afraid to make players engage with any portion of the game. This is reminiscent of another game of theirs that has been very divisive, Fallout 76. It wasn't the map or the dungeons that let exploration down in that game. In fact, I argued in my 76 video that both of those elements were perhaps some of the best work Bethesda has ever done. No, the fault was in the pointlessness of exploring the map and its dungeons. Stick with 76 long enough and you'll come to realize the foolishness in simply exploring and clearing dungeons for its own sake.
The
Quests,
foolishness.
events, and daily grinds will naturally be sending you all over the map and into its various dungeons. If you aren't tackling some sort of chore while doing your exploration, you're just making more work for yourself and falling behind on your grinds. While Starfield and 76 share the pointlessness of exploration and the dishonor of being the lowest rated Bethesda games on Steam, Starfield at least evades the 76 issue of saddling the player with tedious grinds by making all of its tedious grinds optional. This is where we bring out subject number 2. No Man's Sky. No Man's Sky is a survival crafting game to its core. Its gameplay loop consists of collecting resources on the surface of planets so that you can survive the elements in order to fly to another planet and do it all again. It also has a codex you can fill by scanning things, base building, dungeons, a main quest line, and many other side things, but that gathering crafting loop is the main aspect to its design. It's not really my thing. I always thought it felt like it was all the tedious parts of the genre with none of the benefits, but it's got a strong following, and at least it has a core experience it never abandoned. Starfield's planet exploration borrows heavily from No Man's Sky. You got the resource gathering, the scanning, the base building. Starfield copied No Man's Sky so much it even copied
No Man's
all
Sky
the parts
sucks,
I hated
too.
about that game,
What's
such
wrong
as
with
the
you
miserable
guys?
inventory management. The key thing Starfield lacks are those survival elements. Planets do have some elemental hazards like high radiation, extreme ambient temperatures, or toxic atmospheres. While these hazards can cause some mildly annoying stat debuffs, none of them will outright kill you. Originally, they were much more punitive, but it was determined during development that they should be heavily nerfed down to just being some flavor that's meant to trick the player into thinking they are more important than they actually are.
So the way the environmental damage works in the game on planets and on your suit, and that was it's a pretty complex system actually. It was very punitive. So we kept trying, when you get these afflictions, we kept trying to tune it. We get a point where we're tuning it, we're having to heal those things. We just nerfed the hell out of it. Where it ends up being, it matters only a little bit. It matters more in flavor. Like the affliction you get is more annoying knowing you have it than the game result. Because if we dial it way back, it becomes more flavor on the screen than it does a gameplay system.
Ship fuel was another survival element that was diminished so much it might as well just qualify as being a cut at this point. It's still kind of in the game. You need fuel tanks on your ship, and your fuel reserves technically limit the number of jumps you can make, but since your fuel is refilled when you reach your destination, it's effectively pointless. Bethesda assumed players would be turned off by these roadblocks inhibiting their ability to travel across the settled systems, and honestly they were probably right. Some players would have absolutely hated it and claimed that it didn't belong in a Bethesda game. My question then is, why not just make it an optional mode? Skyrim and Fallout 4 both got survival modes post-launch, while 76 launched as a genuine survival game. They know there's a demand for this sort of stuff in their games, and here was a game designed from the ground up to be a survival game, only for those elements to be cut in the 11th hour, so why not just make it a setting in the options menu?
I think anybody who's made a game with a team of any size that's listening to this, that change moment where you know, if you're a creative leader, like, yeah, we probably need to get rid of that. We need to change it. Just like dread the conversations.
I've never played a Bethesda game I've wanted a survival mode for more than Starfield. Sure, it'd just be copying even more from No Man's Sky, but hey, as long as employers are happy, who really cares? And this would give Outposts more of a purpose. It would require me to be a lot more thoughtful with how I'm traveling between planets and star systems, and it would make reaching the edges of the settled systems feel accomplishing. So it turns out, there's really no reason to walk around the surface of planets. No, seriously. I was going around clearing pirate dungeons trying to gather some loot, and I found the fastest way to do that was to land on a flat, barren planet, get out of my ship, and look around to see if there was a pirate dungeon within 500 meters of my landing site. If there wasn't, I just opened the surface map, picked a new landing spot, and in less than 10 seconds I had a new map. The game weighs the POIs so that there's a high chance of a dungeon being close to a landing site, so I'd only need to re-roll the map maybe 3 times before I got a dungeon. The game doesn't even try to impede this process either. There's no going back into orbit or anything like that. No, it just teleports me to a new map already out of my ship and ready to go. It doesn't even subject me to watching the ship landing animation again. It's so convenient that I cannot imagine this is not the intended way to explore in this game. Well, either that or Bethesda just didn't think I'd notice walking around planets was pointless. I mean, considering they thought I wouldn't notice planet hazards and afflictions are pointless, I'm kind of leaning towards them assuming that I'm just an idiot who will walk off my ship and start wandering towards the first map marker that pops up on my screen. There's one change here that they could make that would curtail my landing site hopping strat, and that's to make traveling between landing sites consume fuel on my ship. Of course, this comes with the risk of me getting stuck on a planet if I can't.
What happened there? Yeah, you took my mouse off the screen, you piece of shit. God damn it, piece of shit. What happened there? Go back to the history, you piece of shit.
Risk of me getting stuck on a planet if I can't scrape together enough fuel to leave the surface, and as Todd said, it would slow the pace of exploration down. That's not necessarily a bad thing though, assuming you have a method of last resort to unstuck a player, and the player is fine with a slower survival crafting experience, which, like I said, could just be toggled in the settings menu. Instead, the rate in which you can knock out planets in this game really comes across as Bethesda being embarrassed by how they turned out. In my honest opinion, Fallout 3 managed to make wandering a barren wasteland interesting. Sure, the capital wasteland was kind of ugly, you know, a game from 2007 and all, but there was actually a bit of beauty in that ugliness, and exploring the wastes really was a vibe. It's not something that can carry an entire game, and Fallout 3 doesn't make the entire game about exploring the barren wastes, but it really did a great job of helping create some peaceful moments between the more hectic insanity the other parts of the game presented. The capital wasteland and the DC ruins work well off of each other to create some interesting and meaningful contrast. Hell, even the metro tunnels are a more fun and immersive means of connecting locations in Starfield's space portion. Speaking of which, while Bethesda's botching of planet exploration is pretty much inexcusable as it required ignoring 2 decades of success at it, the disaster with Starfield's space portions can at least be chalked up to a lack of experience and an underestimation for how difficult it is to make space interesting from a gameplay perspective. Ship combat and space exploration are 2 elements that receive the most development time, seeing constant changes throughout the entirety of Starfield's 8 years of development. It was one of the first systems they built for the game, and it was still seeing tweaks and total reworks a few months before the game's final release.
In terms of getting feedback and being willing to completely change it. And that kept it moving forward. And then we'd try things and we'd go all the way back and then take a different route on it. And their attitudes about it, like, they embraced it.
Yeah.
Like, let's redo it again. Okay, we're almost there.
A breakdown of ship combat is best saved for the dedicated combat section, but as it pertains to the experience overall, it's really reminiscent of how random dragon encounters were the touch of death for exploration in Skyrim. You'd be walking around picking flowers and looking for the next Nordic ruin to raid when suddenly...
This is it then. Look after yourself. We're here to be so proud of you, but you better come back to me. We're here.
If your build wasn't designed to account for dragons and you hadn't grinded the main quest to get Dragon Rend, you are probably in for a bad time. With how bad these fights generally were, when coupled with their unpredictability, they really turned out to be a wet blanket for exploration. Ship combat in Starfield managed to invoke that same sense of dread. If I wasn't in a ship equipped for combat, or if an elite ship spawned in the ambush, or if the game just decided to reset my power management settings for no fucking reason again, I knew there was a good chance I was going to be reloading in a few moments. Random encounters are the name of the game in Starfield space. When you jump into orbit, the game does some RNG to determine what is going to happen. Sometimes it's a group of pirates who will just attack on sight instead of trying to rob you. Sometimes it's a lone trading vessel, or it's a funny quirky couple arguing over open comms, or it's grandma, or more likely than anything else, it's nothing at all. And of course, there's no system to prevent encounters from repeating themselves, so have fun listening to the Valentine filling your comms with unsolicited singing while you wait for a grav jump. Notice how I keep saying jump when talking about space travel. This is because there's no way to seamlessly travel between planets or star systems in this game. Now, I wasn't one of those people expecting Starfield to allow seamless entry to a planet's atmosphere from orbit like No Man's Sky or Elite Dangerous. I also wasn't expecting planets to be one large procedurally generated map that I could endlessly wander. No, my wake-up call was in figuring the grav jumps we saw in the marketing was going to be reserved for traveling between star systems and little else. When it came to traveling between the planets, moons, and other things within a system, I figured we'd have some method of travel that lands between combat flight and grav jumping. What I did not expect were loading screens and lots of menus. The easiest method of travel the game heavily encourages you to use is popping open the system map, navigating to the star system and planet you wish to travel to, fast traveling into orbit, and then picking a landing site from the planet's surface map. The immersive method of space travel involves getting into your ship's cockpit, launching into orbit, and then using your ship's targeting system to pick a destination to fly to. However, this is such an awkward and inefficient method of travel, the game doesn't even advertise it. All it's really doing is adding more loading screens into the equation. You still need to use the planet's surface map to pick a landing site, so it's not entirely menu-free either. Likewise, unless you have the entire settled systems memorized, you'd still need to pop open the star map to figure out which systems connect to one another. At which point, you might as well just cut out the busy work and use it to fast travel. All of this menuing, fast traveling, and loading screens really fragments the experience of traveling through space. While I'm sure some of it was implemented for technical reasons, I can't help but suspect the fragmentation of planets within a system was an intentional design choice for the sake of player convenience. However, this has a tremendously damaging influence on the sense of scale of the settled systems itself. One of the joys of Elite Dangerous's interplanetary travel is watching a tiny faint dot of light off in the distance slowly materializing into a giant planet that fills your entire screen, or seeing the true scale and layout of a star system thanks to the motion of the different dots of lights. It's a small detail, but one with massive value as it allows the player to see the Euclidean relationship between these objects, creating a sense of scale by offering a perspective you just can't get from maps and static orbits. This is how you create that overwhelming feeling Ashley Cheng was describing. It's a powerful tool that Elite Dangerous never forgets to use. It starts with establishing the scale of a planet, and then a star system, and then a star cluster, and outwards it goes until the player zooms out to see the whole galaxy and their mind basically shatters. This never fails because Elite Dangerous never betrays the illusion. Elite Dangerous never allows you to skip a system. You see every jump and every star. You see every planet and manually dock at every station. When in a system, every meter is felt. Every light second is witnessed. The only time it yields to convenience is jumping to a new system, and that comes with a whole bunch of other things to consider. The Settled Systems is a big place, but it's made to feel incredibly small, almost stifling. This is due to its inability to express its scale in terms the player can understand, and the fact that you can travel across it in a matter of seconds. You only have to manually grav jump to a system once. Once it's no longer red on the star map, you can just fast travel to it or fast travel through it on your way to your next destination. Elite Dangerous might sound boring, but it really isn't so long as you're on board with the game being about traveling. There are so many mechanics tied to traveling between and through star systems. Fuel reserves, heat management, jump drive range, and ship mass, just to name a few. Then there's incidents along the way, such as pirate interdictions, which are not unavoidable random encounters, but instances that can be predicted based on the state and security of a system, and avoided with careful navigation, ship upgrades, and just pure piloting skill. Starfield's ship and space mechanics are so woefully underdeveloped that none of this gameplay is possible. Ships in this game are much closer to what they are in Destiny. Visual flair to look at as you menu to your next destination. We can debate over what features Starfield should and shouldn't have, since it's not a space sim like Elite Dangerous. However, there still needed to be a decision on what the space portion of Starfield needed to be. Is it just a place for ship combat? Is it a place to explore space stations and derelict vessels? Is traveling supposed to be meaningful? In all of these categories, Starfield fails to deliver because it's clear it was never decided on what it should be. Whereas Elite Dangerous knew exactly what the different stages of its space exploration gameplay was meant to do. Frontier then honed mechanics and systems meant to sell that experience. I'd be remiss in not mentioning the mod someone made for Starfield that allows for a more cohesive, seamless flight experience between planets. It achieves this mainly by just making your ship move super fast and then adding a hotkey to load the cell the destination planet is contained within. While this mod does better help sell that sense of scale I was talking about, it doesn't add any extra gameplay to the experience. It's essentially just making it an even longer loading screen. The author admits this is about as good as this mod is going to be until modding tools are available, so maybe down the line they or some other ambitious modders will be able to get interplanetary gameplay to exist. It all comes back to Bethesda not wanting to force players to engage with the mechanic. If you don't like the space stuff, just menu through it with fast traveling, and if you do get into a fight, spin up the grav drive and jump to the next location. They were so uncommitted to making Starfield about anything that they made space in a space game optional. If that's not a clear indication that Starfield was a mistake, I don't know what is. But yeah, Fallout 3. I think its exploration hits the way Todd and company were hoping Starfield's barren planets would hit. When I was on the moon wandering around ancient facilities that helped humanity escape Earth, I was really getting a whiff of some of those Fallout 3 vibes. It was kinda cool. It's only a whiff, however, as the similarities are barely surface level. It really does just come down to aesthetics. Wandering a barren landscape peppered with some old industrial sites is about all the two share. Oh, and the ugliness. Let's talk graphics. Out of the box, Starfield is a pretty ugly game. It has moments, but for the most part, it's surprisingly drab. A lot of that comes down to just one thing: a lack of a brightness or gamma slider. No, seriously, millions of dollars of art design is being held back by a fucking slider. The game's default brightness seems to be set to cell phone screen in daylight mode, resulting in everything looking really washed out. Fallout 4 had this issue a little bit, and 76 got it even worse somehow, but Starfield hit a level I found so insufferable I had to get a mod to correct it a day after release. I imagine the brighter image is meant to help people who have screens with poor black levels. As for the blue-gray filter they slapped over the entire image, that's meant to evoke some sort of aesthetic of old science fiction films and TV or something. All I know is that it was giving me a headache after only a few hours of playing. The issue was most prevalent in dungeons when I'd be looting and I was genuinely struggling to spot objects because they were blending in with the environment in this soupy gray haze. So yeah, I committed the analysis video faux pas and modded my game. It was either that or keep a bottle of Tylenol next to me whenever I was recording. The reshade preset I used still wasn't a perfect solution because lighting in this game is pretty wonky. This resulted in me fiddling with the reshade settings and the game's graphic settings a lot during my playthrough. So if my footage looks very inconsistent, yeah, that's pretty much why. On top of the intense gray-blue filter, you got your usual suspects of bad lighting and shadows, overuse of post-processing effects, inexplicable ambient lighting, and too much fog, all robbing the image of some much-needed depth. Wouldn't it be a Bethesda game if we didn't need mods to add darkness to a game with flashlight? The game does have a pretty striking color palette, and exterior lighting can do a decent job at times, especially on the empty planets. But for every pleasant, screenshot-worthy vista, you got half a dozen really unpleasant ones with muddy, low-resolution textures, seams in the terrains and biomes, or just bland, unfinished geometry at the edge of the map where the fog fails to conceal where the landscape renderer stopped. Starfield also doesn't get scale right at all when it comes to geographic features. Mountains straight up don't exist, probably because climbing them with our weak boost packs wouldn't work. Likewise, canyons don't exist. You can sometimes find a crater, those look kinda cool, but once again, the scale is usually wrong, and even on planets with crater biomes, there's just too few of them. No volcanoes, geysers, fault lines, scarps. I'm not saying that they need to have implemented the entire Wikipedia glossary of landforms, but there's honest to God more terrain variation in Minecraft than here in Starfield. While it is an unfair comparison to make because the game was designed from the ground up to be as realistic as possible, Elite Dangerous did manage to leverage its realistic scale to make some interesting gameplay. You can spend hours roaming through a crater in a buggy, or speed through canyons tens of kilometers deep on your ship. It's actually a lot of fun, and once again achieves that thing Ashley Cheng was talking about with being made to feel small by the scale of space. But, oh right, we can't fly ships when on a planet, and we don't have exocrafts like a buggy because we got the boost pack. I actually have a sneaking suspicion land vehicles were planned to be in this game. Something always struck me as odd with the landing bays for the ships in this game. They all have ramps. It was actually the Strauss-Eklund landing bay that clued me in when I noticed it had stairs as well as a ramp. Why not just the stairs? Why require landing bays at all? Why can't I exit from a hatch from the top of my ship? They finally added ladders to this engine and NPCs can even use them. These bays are just acting as doors anyways, unless they were meant to house a little buggy or something. Okay, maybe I'm just reading too much into an art asset, but I think everyone is on the same page with how much better traveling across planets would be if we had some kind of vehicle. The most likely reason for their exclusion is technical. If Bethesda was struggling to get horses to work in Skyrim due to them letting players run faster than the renderer could handle, I can only imagine the issues a buggy would present. Or maybe it was a physics thing. The carriage ride in Skyrim's intro famously caused Bethesda all kinds of issues, which is likely why we got vertibirds in Fallout 4 instead of a vehicle with wheels. At any rate, the boost pack simply doesn't cut it. It's too weak, and unless you have your boost pack training skill maxed, you're going to spend a lot of your time just waiting for it to recharge. So it turns out there's two types of jumps you can get out of your boost pack. Normally, the boost pack just acts like a double jump. Tap the spacebar once and you do a single jump, tap it twice and you get a boosted jump. If you bind a secondary key for jump and use that instead of the spacebar, you'll actually perform a different sort of boost jump that provides a bit more horizontal thrust. If you use a balanced or skip rated pack, you'll get even more of a horizontal boost. This actually makes a noticeable difference when walking around, and once I discovered it, I was using it all the time. I honestly cannot tell you why this is not an advertised feature when boost packs were expected to be our primary means of traversing planet surfaces. Oh yeah, did I mention boost packs are gated behind a perk? Anyways, graphic tech is only part of what contributes to Starfield's bland visuals. Its art style is another sore spot. Now, I wouldn't be as hard on the fact that the art style in this game is so inconsistent, but when you make a big deal of your style to the point of giving it some pretentious name like NASA Punk, I'm kinda left assuming consistency is to be expected. It looks as though some designers were on board with the style while others were not, and none of the managers put their foot down to get everyone on the same page. Like I said, this sort of disparity is how you got 3 main cities that don't look like they belong in the same universe together, let alone
Yeah, their
one that's
cities
supposed to
sucked.
be vaguely functional in form. Some of the spacesuits rock the NASA Punk look hard, such as the Constellation suit, while others, like the Freestar Collective gear or the Crimson Fleet stuff, looks like impractical cowboy LARP costumes and knockoff Warhammer Space Marine armor respectively. The Mantis armor looks like something out of Star Wars. Then there's the Starborn armor I wore for most of my playthrough, which looks like it's ripped right out of Destiny. On the ship end, I think the NASA Punk theme fares a little better, but like the suits, it varies between the different manufacturers. Nova Galactic and Deimos both stick to the look, while some of the other manufacturers go for sleeker profiles with ample cowlings and rounded
Your skill has
modules.
increased.
I'm more fond of the ships than the suit, but that's because the aesthetic looks best when it's leaning into the industrial look. I guess that's the NASA part. I'm still not sure what part is meant to be punk. Guns were another hit or miss category. The old Earth weapons were neat because it's kinda hard to mess up an AK or a 1911. Even some of the tactical future guns like the Breacher, Grendel, and Beowulf I kinda dig. Then you got the Lawgiver and some of the other cowboy crap that just get a hard pass. I understand Firefly had the cowboy look, but there was an in-universe reason for that. It wasn't just because they liked the aesthetic. Obviously, art style is just that, style, but I really do love when a game's art style supports its world building. Starfield's NASA Punk fails on that front, however. I think the biggest example of that failure is when exploring the ancient ruins on Earth and the Moon and seeing everything looking exactly the same as the rest of the settled systems. It's actually kind of funny in a sad sort of way. The character who invented the grav drive justified his actions by saying he saw glimpses of human art and society in the future, and was so moved by it he felt compelled to design the drives even though he knew it would destroy Earth.
Cultural artistic expression reflects philosophical evolution, interest in growth, perspective, observation, interpretation. Suspect you won't see any art in collector base. Culturally dead. Tools for reapers. Worse than the Geth. No art, no culture, closer to husks than slaves. Tools for reapers.
From an aesthetic standpoint, my favorite parts of the game are the industrial sites and the research facilities. The industrial stuff looks like some super polished Fallout assets, free of the ugly, played-out 50s postmodern shtick, while the sciencey tech stuff seems like a second attempt at the Institute style from Fallout 4, executed much better. Gagarin and Sidonia are 2 examples of places I think land well with their aesthetic while staying true to their world building. But bringing it back to planets and exploration, where the NASA Punk aesthetic is completely absent is with the alien flora and fauna. If the design ethos of the human-made stuff is mildly function over form, the alien stuff is all style over substance. Plants are these over-designed, exaggerated things several times larger than the player in all sorts of colors that do not correspond to any natural adaptation for their host planet. Animals are even worse, however. These are straight-up creatures ripped out of No Man's Sky or Spore. Almost every creature is some kind of giant insect. Sometimes you might find a giant bird, or something resembling a dinosaur, but you'll never find something like a small woodland mammal here on Earth. In fact, I don't think I ever found a creature with fur. Once again, none of these creatures look like they'd have been the result of any sort of evolutionary process that would give them a competitive edge in their natural environments. They look like they were designed in the concept art stage, and they were just never called for consistency. So we got ugly barren planets that oftentimes look like tech demos to show off methods for procedurally generating terrain, and even uglier lively planets crammed full of garish and visually clashing assets that looked like they'd been whipped up by undergrads for their 3D art class. Neither of these make exploring planets for the visual spectacle at all appealing. Surprisingly, even Starfield's music is uninspired. It's a very uninspired mashup of generic orchestral pieces and what sounds like leftover bits of Fallout music, which makes sense. This soundtrack is the work of Anand Zur, whose work on the Fallout soundtracks usually nails it. In fact, his previous Bethesda soundtrack with Fallout 76 is a genuine treat. It not only meshes flawlessly with its associated game, it also works as excellent cruising music when you're driving through the mountains of West Virginia. I'm starting to think Bethesda was taking it for granted that Jeremy Solin and Anzur were absolute professionals and masters of their craft who could repeatedly pull incredible work out of thin air. Bethesda got used to being able to have a banger soundtrack guide them on how to make a game that fits the music. I don't think the fault lies with the composer here. Zur can deliver the goods. I just don't think he was given any sort of direction for what Starfield was, aesthetically speaking. Music is one of the first things Bethesda likes to have done, but when you're dealing with a new IP that ultimately came out as an uninspired generic mess of clashing
Starfield
styles,
was
scoring a good
OST was
soundtrack
not
to
that
is
memorable
going
at
to be
all.
a serious challenge. The only thing you can do is play it safe, and that's the best way I can describe Starfield's soundtrack. Safe and uninspiring. It might make for some good background music when you're studying, but for backing up the action of combat,
Nope. No, the music was bad. It wasn't bad, it was just not good enough. It was not up to their usual Bethesda snuff. All these people are like 55, 60 now, and they're past their prime. They don't have the passion anymore. And the kids seem to not want to create the same sort of stuff. So we take what we can get from them. I didn't hate on Starfield. I thought it was a good game. It has some bugs. It has some game-breaking bugs.
Game I thought could work with Starfield's combat, and the results were night and day.
Yep. 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 That's what I'm doing. I'm just like chilling out to the combat. Some of the combat's good.
You can even see how much more aggressive I got when I was jamming out to the Ocho soundtrack. The exploration tracks are a little more on target when wandering barren planets, mostly because there's not much music at all during those sections. However, what passed in this game as dungeon tracks is a bit strange. A lot of them sound like town music, which comes across as entirely inappropriate when looting an abandoned facility full of dead bodies. It was made even more inappropriate when the combat music wouldn't play, so I'd have this town music going as I was adding some fresh corpses to the dungeon. Alright, let's talk content. Points of Interest, or POIs, refers to all the locations the Planet Content Manager, or PCM, populates a landing site with. Everything the PCM will spawn, from dungeons and outposts to caves and other natural formations, is handcrafted. This means the amount of proc-gen content in Starfield is actually quite minimal, limited only to the terrain itself for the landing sites and the Radiant missions and random events if you want to be a pedant. What surprised me and many others is just how repetitive these POIs truly are. We aren't talking Oblivion repetitive, where you got 90 caves that all look very similar because they share the same tile set, but have different layouts and enemy spawns. I mean, if you've seen one POI cryolab, you've literally seen them all because the game only has the one cryolab it's going to keep spawning. Same layout, same enemies, same terminals, same key cards, same clutter, same dead bodies, the same dumpsters that Remorgan will always stop to comment over. The only variation in these places will be the levels of the enemies, the gear they got, and whatever spawns in the dungeon's containers. Everything else is identical. Now, this wouldn't be a big deal if there was a large pool of POIs the game could pull from, but there isn't. I'm gonna list the numbers of what I'd consider to be dungeons in previous Bethesda games, and I'd like you to try to guess how many we've been able to confirm exist in Starfield, a game made for wanderers that hosts over 1,000 different planets and moons. Oblivion, around 250. Fallout 3 around 140, Skyrim around 200, Fallout 4 around 250, and Fallout 76 around 300. Now, these aren't exactly apples to apples, as this is going off of map markers. Fallout 3 sounds pretty tiny, but it actually has a lot going on in the DC ruins, where each neighborhood could be considered several dungeons tied to one or two map markers. Starfield has around 40 unique POIs that are not just natural features that are only used for completing planet surveys, and that 40 is being inflated some by civilian outposts, ship landing sites, temples, and gravitational anomalies which aren't dungeons at all. I'd also argue crashed ships and many of the one-structure ruins don't make the cut either. So if we're just comparing your usual Bethesda dungeons, we're in the neighborhood of around 20. Maybe the thought was that the planets themselves should count as dungeons, or even the individual landing sites. Go with that. I made a prediction on X, formerly known as Twitter, stating that the landing sites wouldn't be much bigger than something like Blackreach in Skyrim. While that turned out to be incorrect, landing sites are actually about the size of Skyrim and Fallout 4 in terms of surface area. In terms of content, it's pretty damn close. Forget about immersion, this is just awful in terms of fun. I would try to play devil's advocate here and posit that the generic dungeons are super limited, but the game has a ton of handcrafted dungeons.
Whoa, with the mouse,
That's not the case either, as the place I saw most of these generic POI dungeons was in the main fucking quest. The Crimson Fleet questline had maybe 5 unique dungeons if we really stretched the definition. There's a few side quests that send you to some unique dungeons, but not many. My point is, there aren't 200 to 300 dungeons hidden somewhere in this game. Wasn't this game in development for 8 years? I'm sure the first year or two was mostly engine and concept work, and we had 2020 happen, but still, Skyrim was in full development for 3 years by a team a fraction the size of the one that worked on Starfield, and that game blows Starfield out of the water in terms of quantity of dungeons alone. That's to say nothing about the work that went into the spaces connecting those dungeons together. I figured, seeing as we weren't going to be getting a singular handcrafted map, Starfield was going to be absolutely loaded with POIs. I figured it would take hundreds of hours to really see everything that could possibly spawn on a planet. I was bracing myself for years of 10 places you've never seen in Starfield videos. Instead, you really can cover all of it on a single planet in about 10 landing sites. Where did all that development time go? Because I got news for you, the quests and the handcrafted content is also surprisingly scarce. Bethesda kept throwing around the phrase irresponsibly large, but I'm sitting here left wondering where 2/3 of this game is. Now, I'm not a quantity over quality guy. I'll take a few dungeons in favor of them being really well designed and open to all kinds of playstyles. But not only are there fewer dungeons in Starfield overall than there are alien ruins in Oblivion, these dungeons really aren't anything special. I have a lot of thoughts on Fallout 4 and 76, most of them negative, but one thing I will give them unconditional praise for is dungeon design. Bethesda really did nail making those spaces feel lived in and grounded. In particular, factories and military sites were some of my favorites, not just because they were usually good places for loot, but also because they were visually distinct and usually had intricate layouts that I could get lost in. They made me curious as to the purpose in their world, and that would get me to poke into some terminals or even just take things a little slow and let my imagination fill in some of the gaps. While the realism-bound nature of the design often made them less flexible in terms of playstyle, they were still overall the most fun parts of their games, all things considered. But it wasn't just their interior design that impressed me, the amount of work that went into their exterior design was equally as impressive. Bethesda would rarely just drop a dungeon out in the middle of an empty field and call it a day. They would spend a lot of time blending it into the environment, designing different approaches to the places, and oftentimes linking them together with nearby locations so that I was naturally led through these different zones that often would get me to explore several dungeons back to back. While seeing as POI dungeons are just remote facilities on remote planets, that whole second aspect of design is pretty much impossible. These dungeons really are just boxes dropped out into the world. Sometimes the area around them might be developed. You might have some dudes guarding a loading dock or a landing pad, maybe a couple of smaller support buildings, but it's not like these places are attached to other dungeons to create an industrial complex or a remote mining village. So already the dungeon design has taken a few steps back from what even Fallout 3 had going on, leading us to our final comparison, Oblivion. Oblivion-esque is about how I describe Starfield's dungeons overall. While you have your usual Bethesda environmental storytelling with some terminals and journals lying around the place, they are, like I said earlier, exactly the same from the first abandoned UC listening post to the 10th. I honestly don't know why they'd even bother with the terminals and stuff then, but whatever. So with these places being robbed of any sort of in-universe purpose, we're back to dungeons just being places we go to fight and loot. No pretense for anything else. Just go in, clear the place out, and move on. Just like Oblivion. Some of the dungeons try to cater to different playstyles, with ventilation systems you can use to sneak around, and shortcuts and alternate passageways being blocked off by a pickable lock, but this is not something you can count on as a stealth player. More often than not, there are no vents. There might not even be an entrance outside of the front one. Some places might have security systems you can reprogram, most don't. So even in terms of variety and flexibility, these dungeons fail. They're also just not very elaborate, perhaps some of the smallest dungeons overall I've seen in a Bethesda game. Let me tell you, Fallout 76 had some mind-bending dungeons that you will get lost in, which made the removal of the local map a really questionable choice. A design choice that actually carried over to Starfield, but at least they threw us a bone by building Skyrim's clairvoyance into the scanner. However, the quickest way
I
out
had
of a
no
dungeon
issue
is
with the
just to
76
fast travel
dungeons.
out of it. Another
Just the
feature carried
quests
over from
in
Fallout
the
76. According to
NPCs.
Todd, they moved away from maps for dungeons because they felt if a player had to refer to a map to navigate one of their dungeons, then they failed.
I mean,
as
they
level
can be
designers.
mazy.
Okay,
A couple of
but
them are
why don't we
really
have maps
mazy.
for cities? Is that to keep the online map and guide writers employed? I find it rather telling that Bethesda is willing to inconvenience and frustrate the player simply out of pride. Todd recently stated how Starfield was designed from the ground up to be a game open to having more content added to it, but that the launch game was just a platform for delivering more content in the future. Is that why dungeons are so lacking? Are they going to sell us POIs as DLC? Do they believe modders will fill the system? Or did they figure the exploration of barren planets was never going to match up to the experience of their previous games, and so they shouldn't even try?
We have this phrase, put it in the spotlight. There are things you can put in the spotlight. You can make it more important just with game systems, or you can make it less important. So sometimes the way to fix things is just make that less important in the game.
Yeah.
We did that with, horses in Skyrim. They're just not that important.
Exploration in Starfield sucks. It's sad because that didn't really need to be the case. Even if it was just wandering proc-gen planets populated with a bunch of handcrafted dungeons and whatnot, that could still have been a decent experience if there was a breadth of content. I've seen a lot of players bouncing off the exploration part of this game hard. This usually then leads to them eventually dropping Starfield altogether because that has always been the core of Bethesda games. It's not like the other aspects of Starfield are a huge step up compared to their previous offerings. If anything, the other aspects are made weaker by the collapse of the player's desire to engage with Starfield's world. When Todd said exploration in Starfield was going to be different, I really didn't think he meant removed. Starfield's complete failure to make exploration engaging has revived a debate that I've seen pop up whenever a new Bethesda game comes around. It's this idea that what made Bethesda games good back in the day just isn't cutting it anymore. Competition has gotten too stiff and Bethesda needs to start taking notes from The Witcher or Zelda or Dark Souls. While I agree, in terms of writing design and mechanics, Bethesda can absolutely learn some valuable lessons from those games. In terms of exploration and world design, I don't really buy it. First, I want to shoot that argument down that the Bethesda formula is dead. No, it isn't. What we've seen in Fallout 4, 76, and Starfield is Bethesda shortchanging the strong exploration elements of Morrowind, Oblivion, and even Skyrim to do other things. What you're seeing isn't the failure of the formula, it's the failure of Bethesda to execute on that formula. If the formula was dead, people wouldn't still be playing Morrowind, Oblivion, and Skyrim to this day, begging Bethesda to just make another Elder Scrolls. A game like Ardenfall wouldn't be able to grab people's attention by just looking like a spiritual successor to Morrowind. The Bethesda formula is something wholly unique. The reason no one has tried to emulate it is because
Ardenfall. Let's go see what he means by Ardenfall, because I haven't heard about this. Oh yeah, Ardenfall.
What's up, guys and gals? Welcome back to the Nerd Castle. Today in the level up side of there, and I think that was water with the lighting. Like whatever any work to be had. Path. If you've come calling you terms that you don't know what those terms mean, and then you specifically have to ask a character from that world like to get a little bit of money. Feels foreign. It feels.
I've seen enough.
Bethesda doesn't actually understand what that formula is. People just really don't get Bethesda games because there's so many layers and overlapping systems you gotta pull apart to get to the heart of what makes those old games great. Also, not for nothing, they are a hard thing to make. Up until Starfield, I still thought Bethesda was ahead of everyone else when it came to designing big open worlds. Their unique focus on systems really did lend their worlds a certain tangibility no other developer seems capable of replicating. If there's one
come
game I
on,
think
New
Bethesda
World,
could take
wow.
notes from, it's Red Dead
EvE,
Redemption,
FFXI,
especially RDR2.
I mean, there's
It's not
many
even the
people
world
who have
design
done
itself, which, granted, RDR2's map is stunning in size, detail, and just raw beauty, but rather, it's how the game uses its map. RDR2 heavily focuses on the minute-to-minute traveling through its world. It's a game that has a fast travel option I rarely want to use because traveling on horseback and getting sidetracked to check something out along the way is the beating heart of that game's experience. That's an aspect of their game Bethesda has never perfectly nailed. A Bethesda game that really focuses on the world, its scale, and the means of traversing that world, I think would be the Bethesda formula perfected. However, looking at how awful traveling in Starfield is, I seriously doubt Bethesda will ever commit to something so bold. So yeah, maybe the Bethesda game is dead because Bethesda will never make it again, but the idea of a detailed world you can genuinely lose yourself in certainly is not. Combat is the part of the game that received the most attention during development, and it shows as it's the only part I'd say manages to rise to the lofty heights of mid to kinda decent. The ground combat anyways. The ship combat, we'll get to that in just a second. We are in some dire need of a little positivity right now. Ground combat feels pretty decent. A refined Fallout 4 with space magic that actually ties in pretty well with the rest of the combat. There is melee and hand-to-hand combat in this game. Hand-to-hand even has some perks tied to it. However, I stuck to ranged firearms for my playthrough, so I can't really speak to how good or bad those
Ooh, it's a
perks
Gatling
are.
laser.
I will say the
It's
weapon
level
selection
25
for
though.
melee is
But
very
it's good,
limited,
though.
and I really can't imagine rushing a level 90 equipped with a modded mag storm with nothing but my fists. It looks like the two playstyles require a lot of planning, metagaming, and just pure luck to be made viable. Definitely not recommended for first-timers. As well, while stealth is in this game, I once again didn't engage with it outside of some incidental sneak attacks while sniping. It's another playstyle that requires some perks and planning. It's also not as crazy powerful as it has been in previous Bethesda games, so they may have finally tamed the stealth archer meme here. Ranged combat is without a doubt the star of the show. There's a huge array of firearms, all organized into different types with skills and perks associated with them, a decent number of mods you can slap onto them, and if all of that wasn't enough, there's also the legendary effects system from Fallout 4 and 76, which can really start to get your head spinning. While some of the weapons can start to feel samey due to the sheer volume of them in the game, and some of them are outright trash while others are godly, I was actually surprised how distinct most of them felt, with legendary effects doing things like dealing more damage with consecutive hits, random elemental damage, or staggering enemies. That distinction is felt even more. Your guns tend to shape your playstyle, which I actually really enjoyed and felt worked well with how looting Starfield goes. Just like in Fallout 76, weapon enchantments make no sense in universe, but I honestly don't care as they really do add a lot of depth to combat and character progression. In Starfield, weapons and armor are tiered based on the number of effects an item has. Common, which has no effects, rare, which has 1 effect, epic with 2 effects, and legendary with 3 effects. As well, weapons have quality levels associated with them that determines how much damage they deal. Basic, calibrated, refined, and advanced. Armor has its own quality level naming convention as well as its own set of legendary effects, but the same principles apply. Armor has been slimmed down as the only armored slots we now get are spacesuits, helmets, and packs. There's an underlying apparel slot that can offer some very modest bonuses, but mostly it's just aesthetics. Just make sure to toggle the setting to hide your armor in breathable environments in the spacesuit menu. Over the years, Bethesda has been flip-flopping with how they do armor. You had Oblivion slimming down the number of equipment slots for Morrowind, then Fallout 3 brought it down to just armor and a helmet. Skyrim expanded that a bit by giving us boots and gloves back along with the ring and necklace. Fallout 4 tried to bring armor pieces back, but its implementation was really jank, as only some underlying apparel slots even allowed you to equip armor pieces with them. 76 addressed this issue by letting you equip armor pieces with any apparel. It would just make the armor invisible if it wasn't going to play nice visually with the underlying outfit. Finally, we got
Oh, I'm
Starfield
dead, I'm
walking
dead.
all the way back to Fallout 3,
Oh.
but giving us backpacks as a consolation prize. I'm
God
not a fan
damn
of
it.
losing control over my equipment and my looks, especially when the name of the game these days is offering players as much control as
This is
possible
costing
over
me
their
a
appearance
lot.
with things like vanity equipment slots and such. Likewise, I'm not a fan of losing potential slots for more equipment effects. However, I will admit not having to sift through tons of armor pieces and trying to get a full set I'm pleased with is an improvement over the hell that became in Fallout 76. Armor also has different damage type and environmental hazard resistances, but like I said
I'll
earlier,
go back one more
the
time, but I'm
latter
gonna be
is
more
almost
careful.
entirely flavor meant to trick you into thinking it's something you should really be concerned with. Really, all you need to pay attention to is the damage resistances, random enchantments, and aesthetics. The problem with the random loot system in Starfield is that it's random. While I do enjoy the fact that I gotta build my character around my arsenal, which makes for an interesting early and mid-game, it ends up having a seriously destructive influence on the long-term progression of characters. The randomness, coupled with New Game Plus, encourages the player to avoid investing into pretty much any weapon-specific skills. And, well, there's quite a few of them, and those are arguably the most effective and interesting skills. The randomness also means you can just continuously lose to RNG and keep pulling up weapons you don't really want because the odds of getting exactly what you want are astronomically low. As well, you can keep pulling up weapons that have effects like Spacer, which is, without a doubt, a bad effect, as its buff when in space combat will hardly ever be active since space combat hardly exists. Meanwhile, its substantial damage nerf in surface combat will almost always be felt. I can't tell you how many guns I instantly ignored just because of this effect. I feel like changing it to react to interior and exterior combat would have been a much better effect. We still have no way of being able to level up armor or weapons, which was a huge issue I had with Fallout 76. So if you find a really awesome shotgun in terms of effects, but it's the lowest tier quality level, there's really nothing you can do with it except deal with its low base stats or vendor it. I still don't see any reason why we can't improve the quality rating of guns and armor, seeing as we have workbenches for this stuff. Weapon mods pack a lot of potential, and like in Fallout 76, there's some surprising synergy you can stumble across with things like white hot mods adding fire damage and perks that would then buff that fire damage. There's a good amount of variety to really make weapons feel more distinct, and they even improved the modding menu a bit to be a little more upfront with what stats the mods affect. Overall, I just don't have a whole lot to say about the system, as it's almost entirely the same as it was in Fallout 4 and 76. Armor mods are a little more debatable, and that's mostly due to the utility of armor being a little more dubious thanks to the nerfing of environmental hazards. While damage reduction is nice, I really didn't feel it a whole lot between my best armor set and some mid-tier trash. Really, what ends up making and breaking armor are the effects that are on it. Armor mods seem to just be a replacement for some perks with some damage reduction effects thrown in. It's very anemic, which is strange because there's no visual component to armor mods as there are with weapon mods. You would think then it would be no real challenge for the designers to just stack armor with all kinds of stat-altering mods. So let's talk about ground and space combat. Space combat is not ship combat. Rather, it's engagements that happen on ships and space stations. Despite what the marketing had me believing, space combat is actually pretty rare. Being restricted to only a few space stations and large ships you'll mostly see during certain quests, and boarding actions if you decide to disable a ship in space and dock with it. While the latter is pretty underwhelming due to most ships being too small to make boarding them interesting, the former tended to be some good stuff, especially when the designers threw zero gravity into the mix. Zero-G works surprisingly well. It takes what you know about combat and turns it on its head in a really good way. Suddenly, all those heavy-hitting shotguns in your arsenal become a liability, as the recoil is going to send you flying across the room. Cover completely changes, encouraging you to start thinking more creatively with navigating in a 3D environment. Even things like how you peek from cover and rush an enemy is made so much riskier. That is, when the AI is able to cope with the switch-up. Sadly, Zero-G is just not used very often. I suspect it came down to dungeon design and uncertainty whether it was going to even be in the game. Still, if Bethesda is actually committed to making Starfield a content platform, more Zero-G stuff is a no-brainer in my opinion. I did find out recently that there's a chance for some Zero-G combat when performing a boarding action. I just never saw it because I rarely performed boarding actions, as the reward for doing them was rarely worth the effort. Surface combat is the bulk of the on-foot action, and like I said earlier, it's pretty solid. What ends up holding it back is balancing AI and level design. Level design and AI kinda goes hand in hand here. I would routinely see AI give up strategically superior positions just to rush out in the open and die even though they had rifles. Or I'd see them struggle to pathfind on some catwalks or through tight corridors. Or I'd see them get themselves stuck in airlocks and doorways. Sometimes they'd hide behind what barely even qualified as cover. A lot of it would boil down to a lack of situational awareness on their part. AI just isn't capable of understanding their surroundings and using that to their advantage. This ends up encouraging the player to just sit and wait. In no time at all, the AI will most likely put themselves into a compromising position. This is unfortunate because we have a few mobility options, such as the boost pack, clambering, and even a combat slide that all seems to encourage an aggressive playstyle. However, combat isn't really designed for constant aggression. That is to say, it doesn't necessitate you use those options and get good with them. While it can sometimes outright punish you for being aggressive thanks to busted enemy level scaling, it doesn't really discourage aggression a lot of the time. It's more like the game just doesn't care. And so you can either play it safe and be bored, or play aggressively, have more fun, but occasionally trip over the unpredictable roadblock up ahead. For the most part, the AI has access to these mobility options as well, but they hardly ever utilize them, and even if they do, it's often to their detriment. This ends up turning a lot of combat arenas into a playground for the player and a prison for the AI. AI tends to have the biggest advantage when the player is assaulting the exterior of a facility and the AI has defensive positions, cover, turrets, and traps at their disposal. This is where ground combat feels the most dynamic. I'm forced to get a little more creative with what I'm using and how I'm approaching the enemy. It also gives the mobility options more room to shine. This really changes though once we get into the building, and suddenly it seems the enemies are there just to act as cannon fodder as I clear through rooms like a one-man army. The only wild card the AI seems to be able to pull is to retreat further into the dungeon and group up with their allies. They won't alert those allies and get them to come back to my position to reinforce the allies whom I'm busy slaughtering, so I guess we're still stuck in Skyrim in terms of enemy AI intelligence. What can put a stop to the whole show, though, is when you run up against a random legendary enemy or an enemy equipped with one of the brokenly OP weapons. Legendary enemies make a return from Fallout 4 and 76. Actually, they don't really have a fixed term here in Starfield, so I've seen some people even calling them epics. There's a chance you'll sometimes run into an enemy many levels higher than their allies, who will have multiple health bars and are oftentimes capable of dealing out some serious damage. These are meant to act as boss encounters. However, since they are random, they often end up acting like a bucket of ice water during combat instead. You'll be rolling through and suddenly you hit an enemy that's eating your bullets for breakfast and potentially melting your health bars simultaneously. Some dungeons have encounters where they are weighted heavier to spawn, but oftentimes it just feels like total randomness. This completely breaks the flow of combat, and not in a good way that encourages adapting and experimenting. Usually, the solution is just to fall back on whatever boring cheese strat you've discovered, because getting creative when facing these sorts of enemies is usually met with instant death. When all else fails, you can usually just sit back and whittle them down with some pot shots. The random weapon check is even worse, however. Because this game is a visual mess in the art style department, reading enemies from a distance is basically impossible. However, even if you can properly identify the weapon an enemy is equipped with, you have no idea if that weapon is stacked with enchantments, or is high leveled, or is equipped with some powerful mod. So you might end up in an encounter where the level 70 legendary enemy is being upstaged by the random level 50 dude with a kitted out mag storm that shreds you before you even saw a health bar. Speaking of health bars, I've seen a lot of people claiming enemies in this game are bullet sponges. For the most part, I have to disagree. While RNG can saddle you with weapons that are woefully inadequate and softly discourages you from investing into weapon-specific perks, when you are properly equipped, most enemies and encounters end up feeling too easy, especially on the normal difficulty setting. Admittedly though, level scaling in this game is a mess. Levels scale based off of the star system you are in. The starting systems are the lowest leveled systems, hovering around levels 5 and 10. The furthest systems cap out at 75. However, you can still see some level 60s and 70s in the lower leveled systems, and vice versa with low levels and high leveled systems. This ends up making a system's level feel more like a suggestion than a rule, particularly when you land in the level 40s and 50s. Those systems can feel almost random with its scaling. Level scaling also affects the quality of equipment enemies will spawn with. I wasn't able to work out how this system works exactly, but it seems like your character level determines what loot spawns in containers, while the system level determines the equipment that spawns on enemies. This means the best way to get high-leveled gear, and make money, is to fight enemies in high-leveled systems exclusively. This ends up having a negative influence on exploration, as you're encouraged to stick to the higher-leveled systems if your goal is to get good loot. This also cuts another way. Because an overwhelming majority of the game's quest content takes place in the low-leveled systems, if you're running through that stuff as a high-leveled player, you're going to be bored out of your mind as you stomp your way through each quest's combat encounters. This becomes even more obvious during New Game Plus, and I think the solution would have been to allow those lower-leveled systems to slowly creep up. It's fine to keep the starting systems below the player's level, but I don't think I should be a level 70 going up against level 5s during major quest lines. Now, you might say I should just increase the difficulty setting if I want those low-leveled systems to challenge me again. First off, even maxing the setting out, a level 5 system is not going to challenge my level 70 character. Second, ship combat scales with a difficulty setting too. And, oh boy, let's talk about ship combat. It's pretty awful. I think it comes down to tuning, lack of tactical options, bad AI, how the encounters themselves are set up, pretty much the whole system from top to bottom. Every ship, enemy and player alike, feels like it's made out of paper. Either shields and hull integrity is too low across the board, or weapon damage is too high. This is coupled with the fact that weapons have some pretty insane range and travel speed, meaning damage is almost always unavoidable even if you have a ship built for speed and agility. Then you have the combat encounters themselves. Almost every encounter I was outnumbered 3 to 1. In ground encounters, being outnumbered is not necessarily a bad thing because the player has numerous advantages. Tons of med packs and chems, a giant arsenal they can bring around with them, companions, and when all else fails, better situational awareness and a greater ability to use geography to their advantage. Ship combat is devoid of all of those advantages. What your ship is equipped with is all you got. Outside of ship parts, which just repairs hull damage, there's no consumables you can use in the heat of a battle. While companions can buff some ship systems, we can't form a squadron with ally ships. And with most encounters occurring in empty space, there's not much you can do in terms of maneuvers to gain the upper hand unless you got better engines and shields than your enemies. And even then, if it's a 3-on-1, odds are someone is going to be outmaneuvering you. With so few tactical options at the player's disposal, space battles really boil down to a game of numbers and RNG. Todd said they were having a lot of trouble getting ship combat to feel right. Fights were either too difficult or they were turning into endless jousting matches as the player and their targets continuously did flybys on one another. Rather than expanding the combat sandbox to give the player more tactical options, they just programmed the AI to be really dumb. Let's look at how Elite Dangerous does ship combat because it looks like that's the sort of ship combat Starfield was going for. For starters, in Elite Dangerous you got way more tactical options. Silent running and chaff launchers to break target locks, shield cells to temporarily boost shield strength, and deployable fighters to harass and distract your enemy, just to name a few. Ships are faster, more agile, and hardier than anything in Starfield. There's also a heat management mechanic in Elite Dangerous that creates more of a potential skill gap that the player can then get good at to exploit in their enemies. However, Elite Dangerous also knows how to set up engagements. Rarely, if ever, is the player just ambushed by 3 enemies and is immediately under fire. Unless the star system is in a state of war and you wandered into an active battle, NPCs aren't going to freely fire on whoever happens by. Pirates, for instance, will just demand some cargo and run off once appeased. Elite Dangerous never spawns players within weapon range. There's always several seconds to give them and NPCs an opportunity to size up the potential fight and either prepare or attempt an escape. Oftentimes, a fight can be avoided without even dropping out of light speed if the player is paying attention to what's around them via the different scanners. Enemies also have options to give chase, which means the FTL drive isn't a guaranteed combat pass. However, the player also has access to those tools too, so if they want, they can be the aggressor and instigate fights on their own terms. This results in some intense games of cat and mouse that are straight up impossible in Starfield because not only does it lack the tools to make this possible, it also lacks a seamless method of space travel. And finally, Elite Dangerous makes sure when the player is grossly outnumbered, there's allied ships somewhere nearby. Sometimes this is ships that are currently engaged with the enemy, other times it's nearby security ships on patrol. All of this adds up to create many layers to Elite Dangerous's combat. I never got killed and thought I'd been cheated. It was either poor piloting skills, poor planning, or committing to an engagement I should have run from. I really don't think Starfield has enough depth to its ship combat to ever really be good, but it can be at least made tolerable. More ship health, faster ship speeds, more balanced encounters, fewer random ambushes with shoot-on-sight targets, and smarter enemy ship AI can go a long way. However, I do think there's a lot of negative opinions on Starfield ship combat owed to the starting ship just being absolute trash. The Frontier is, like many other things in Starfield, a newbie trap. You really want to drop that thing ASAP. If most ships in Starfield are made out of printer paper, then the Frontier is made out of toilet paper. The problem is that the game doesn't introduce shipboarding mechanics soon enough, being tied to the second mission in the main story after the player has been cut loose from the mandatory tutorial introduction. Actually, it's even worse because the mechanic is arbitrarily locked behind a perk. So, if the player doesn't have the perk unlocked, they literally cannot perform system targeting during the mechanics tutorial. Like, seriously? Couldn't even give Sarah Morgan the skills so that we'd have a guaranteed way to do it here? Hey, did you know you could actually board the pirate ships that ambush you during the ship combat tutorial? You can even commandeer them and set them as your home ship. This requires you picked a background that gives you the systems targeting skill, however. Systems targeting is a mechanic I was actually surprised to see make it into Starfield. This is one of the few things I think might be what saves ship combat as a whole if someone is able to make the tweaks that I listed. Systems targeting is basically Starfield's VATS. Time slows down and the player is able to pick a part of the ship's target they wish to incapacitate. Weapons, engines, shield, or grav drive. The grav drive I find funny because I've never seen an AI jump out of a fight to save their lives. Probably because it's nearly impossible even for the player, but also because the AI is programmed to lose. You'll sometimes hear over comms saying that they are jumping out, and your companions will mention how the enemy can't jump away, so I'm guessing enemies jumping out of a fight was a mechanic at some point that just got cut. Disabling a grav drive might be what gets you 0G when boarding though, so I guess there's that. Anyways, the only system really worth targeting are engines. This will stall an enemy ship and open it up for boarding. Once the player kills everyone on the ship, they are free to hop into the pilot seat and commandeer it for themselves. They gotta get it registered with a ship master if they want to modify or sell the ship, but this is actually a pretty decent way to nab a good ship if the player is able to identify one they wish to steal. The identification part is needlessly complicated because it's difficult to see the stats of a ship, perk gated once again, and there's no way to see what modules are on the ship outside of taking it to a ship master and modifying it. However, if the player decides they want to steal a ship, it does add a fun risk-reward twist to ship combat. Where the system targeting mechanic utterly fails, though, is in being at all useful in actual combat. I hate to keep invoking Elite Dangerous here, but in that game, system targeting was a seriously powerful tactic that could level the playing field a lot for a weaker ship. Hit a ship's shield system and your target just lost a huge advantage. Or hit their engines to slow them down so you can make some distance to recover or attempt an escape. Hit the FTL drive to keep them from escaping or pursuing you. Starfield's system targeting mechanic fails here because of the aforementioned low ship health. By the time you've even damaged a ship's engines, that ship is likely almost close to death. In fact, if you don't commit to disabling a system early in a fight, you're likely just going to kill the ship before you disable a single system. Good luck getting 2 systems down, that's pretty much a guaranteed death sentence for the target. Outside of boarding ships in space, the player can also hijack ships that are landed on the surface of remote planets. The challenge with this method is that most ships will only stay on a planet's surface for a minute or two. So unless the ship lands in front of you, you're likely not getting aborted before it's back in orbit. As well, it's RNG, so the likelihood of getting a ship you actually want to keep isn't all that great. The surest method of ship acquisition is just purchasing them. While I have some genuinely positive things to say about that and shipbuilding mechanics we'll get into later, as an early game method of getting a ship, it's pretty much untenable. Basically, I don't blame players for sticking with the frontier and making the ship portion of Starfield magnitudes worse for themselves because they're so used to not being directed by the game to do something. Anyways, for all the issues I just listed, cranking the difficulty setting and making enemies do more damage to the player while the player deals reduced damage is a fucking terrible idea when it comes to ship combat. We really do need 2 difficulty settings in this game, one for ground combat and one for ship combat. Before we get into character progression, we really should discuss one more element to Starfield's combat: abilities. I've been calling them all kinds of things during my playthrough: space magic, space shouts, space thume. You see, these abilities are much closer to shouts from Skyrim than they are spells from Skyrim. We get something like a mana bar when we unlock them, but considering most of the abilities tap out the bar in a single shot, it really acts like a cooldown meter, just like how shouts in Skyrim worked. A few of the abilities can be cast in quick succession, and there is a resource that acts like a mana potion, but both of these elements come with some pretty big asterisks, and there's no perks or skills associated with the abilities. So, Space Thume it is. They're even tied to the main quest, are unlocked with something similar to Skyrim's Word Walls. There's a group called the Starborn. No, seriously, Space Thume works on many levels. There's 24 abilities in total.
Let's try
and
these.
if you're familiar with shouts and spells from Skyrim, most of them will be quite familiar. You got Fire Breath, Frost Breath, Unrelenting Force, Slow Time, Whirlwind Sprint, Animal Allegiance, but then you got some new ones like Singularity from Mass Effect, spawning a clone of yourself, Anti-Gravity Field, turning yourself into a rock. I actually enjoyed the Space Thume a lot more than I was expecting. I didn't even mind the long cooldown a lot of them have because many of them can be total showstoppers during a fight. Being able to just spam these all the time would pretty much undermine everything combat has going for it. They were a lot of fun, and while I did find myself gravitating towards a select few, that more had to do with me just finding ones that worked well with my weapon selection and playstyle, and less that it had to do with them being OP. Some of them are kind of worthless, but most have a distinct purpose, and so long as you remember to whip them out, they can do a lot to mix up combat. It's just a shame that most combat encounters are too easy in this game to warrant leaning on abilities very often. Okay, I've talked around the subject long enough. Character progression. Let's just start with the basics. Starfield uses an XP system same as Fallout. Earn enough XP, gain a character level up, and 1 skill point. Take that skill point, invest it into a skill to unlock a new perk. You cannot just pick whatever you want from one of the 5 categories, as skills are tiered in their respective category. You need to invest a certain number of skill points into a category to unlock the next tier. As well, skills have ranks to them, and in order to be allowed to invest skill points into ranks beyond the first rank, you need to complete challenges. On paper, this doesn't sound like a terrible skill system. A bit basic, but it should get the job done. However, a lot of questionable design choices and a magic lack of information makes it perhaps the worst leveling system I've seen from the PlayStation. Let's knock challenges out of the way because it's the most straightforward in how it's poorly done. I imagine the thought behind adding challenges to progression was to prevent players from rushing all 4 ranks of a skill and basically making the middle 2 ranks less meaningful. As well, it does share a very surface level spirit with Elder Scrolls' system of leveling as you use a skill, which addresses that issue of a character that has done nothing but gun down all their opponents suddenly being a master in speech. I don't have much against the idea of challenges being tied to progression, however, 3 issues bog the system down in Starfield. For one, most of the challenges are extremely arbitrary. It's clear coming up with challenges was a real challenge for the designers. Many skills, particularly ship skills, fall back on just requiring the player to kill X number of enemies, which completely defeats the point of the level as you use it ethos. But then there's challenges that can be completed with 10 minutes of grinding or 5 hours of natural playtime. The graph jump skill is a great example. I just sat there jumping between random systems for a little while so I could quickly polish the skill off, seeing as fast traveling wasn't even counting towards the challenge. The crafting skills are some of the most arbitrary, however. You just gotta craft X number of whatever to knock those out. So those challenges just act as a tax as you spend resources crafting random mods and trash gear, or building outposts just to spam buildings. The second issue is a lot more punitive for no real benefit, and that's the fact that you cannot earn progress towards a challenge unless you have the challenge unlocked for that rank of the skill. So say you don't have any points in security. Any locks you pick will not count towards its challenge progression. Or say you do have the skill, but you don't have the next rank unlocked, and you just finished the previous rank's challenge. Same issue presents itself. The obvious solution here is to make all challenges track their progress, whether you have a challenge unlocked or not. And lastly, you have a complete failure on the UI side of things, as there's no way to see what a skill's challenges are until you've unlocked the first rank of a skill. While most challenges aren't really anything crazy, some of them started to get to be so tedious that they disincentivized me from continuing the skill's progression.
Nice.
Withholding information is the perfect segue from challenges back to
Your
skills
skill
in
has
general.
increased.
While Bethesda has gotten better with giving us actual numbers in their perk descriptions, there's still skills like rank 4 fitness that just says sprinting and power attacks now use significantly less oxygen. Or how about the cellular regeneration skill, whose first 3 ranks simply read slightly increased chance to recover from injuries naturally, moderately increased chance to recover
Your
from
skill
injuries
has
naturally,
increased.
noticeably increased chance to recover from injuries naturally. Is someone at Bethesda just screwing with us? Or were the numbers for this skill getting tweaked so often that the person
Your
writing
skill
the
has
description
increased.
just
Oh god,
gave
are
up
you
and started
attacking?
using synonymous
Oh god,
adjectives instead
stop.
of numbers? The ranking system also adds a new level of confusion. Let's look at ballistics
Stop.
as an example. Rank 1, ballistic weapons do 10% more damage. Rank 2 then does 20% more damage. Now, do these stack, and that means I'll actually have a 30% increase to damage? No, rank 2 just overrides rank 1. Now, I wasn't blindsided by this because I just assumed it was overriding, but I really cannot blame anyone who thought they would be stacking due to how the UI lists the rankings vertically. But where the lack of information reaches its worst is when looking at skills companions and crew members have. Bethesda made a pretty big deal about companions and crew members being able to share their skills with the player, allowing them to do things like buff a ship's weapon systems. The game will list the same skills the player can see and acquire in the skills menu, however, those skills work differently when being shared by crew members. This wouldn't be a big deal
tough,
if
huh?
the game told
Oh,
us
God.
how these skills worked for them, but of course it doesn't. Take Sam Coe's piloting skill as an example. At max rank, which he is,
225,
the player
he'll-
is supposed
he'll
to be
drop
allowed
my-
to pilot the
he'll
best
drop my
class of
keys.
ships.
He'll-
However,
that's the
piloting
guy who'll
better
drop my
ships is
key.
not the bonus Sam's piloting.
There's no
skill
aggro in
offers
here, I
the
can't
player.
die
Instead,
from
it simply
any of
boosts
it.
the ship's engines. I'd be remiss in not mentioning there's another skill.
Oh, look,
engine
there's 2 of
systems,
them.
in the same
That's
category
perfect.
as piloting that also affects ship engines. There's some skills crews share that people online still have yet to figure out exactly what they do, like those ship weapon skills and outpost engineering. So the people trying to test this stuff are left wondering if their testing methodology is faulty or if the skills are simply bugged. And it's not like we don't have a good place to list this information. We have a crew page we can access at any time that lists our crew, where they are assigned, what skills they have, and even what skills are being shared. When I heard about this skill sharing system, I foolishly assumed that it meant I could hire crew members who could just act as researchers on my ship. Rather than me dumping points into weapon engineering or spacesuit design, I could just burn a couple of crew member slots on my ship and have it covered. I even went so far as to do a social build so that I could have more
Ooh,
crew
look, I
members
got a
aboard my
tactical
ship.
double
Turns
barrel. Oh,
out,
no, never mind.
no
That's
crew
what
members
I'm
have
using
any
already.
research
Never mind.
skills. Despite having 82 skills in the game with 4 ranks in each, not even half of those are available on crew. And even then, many of them likely don't do anything except act as flavor to explain why they keep giving you sandwiches and rocks. Without the foreknowledge of that, I kept avoiding certain skills for half my playthrough, hoping it would pop up on someone who I could bring onto my ship. Eventually, I realized I got played by the Starfield Direct and started moving away from the social skills build entirely. So with the benefit of crew perks being taken off the table, a new dilemma presents itself. With 328 possible investments, and the game being designed for most players to end up in the 70s, there's nowhere near enough skill points to get everything. In any other RPG, this is of course a positive thing, as it encourages specializing your character and starting new ones if you want to try a different playstyle. Starfield really drops the ball there because, as it turns out, a lot of its skills are either not that great or just outright worthless. This, coupled with the perk gating of a lot of mechanics and a poorly balanced weapon sandbox, heavily pushes players who are paying attention and are not trying to do a themed build like I was, towards a very specific character build. Let's just go through the categories themselves. Physical can be quite literally ignored entirely if you are not doing a melee, hand-to-hand, or stealth build. Weightlifting to increase your carry weight can be useful, I guess. Though personally, I just had a follower to act as backup storage, and then I just dump all my loot into my ship's cargo hold. Physical also has all the perks tied to environmental hazards, but with the survival mechanics being gutted from the game, all of those skills are now worthless. Wellness as health increases can be useful if you're dying a lot. However, healing items are plentiful enough in Starfield that I never felt compelled to grab this skill. As someone who did a social build, I can safely say most of the skills are worthless, so you can ignore most of this category too. Persuasion's probably the best skill in the category. However, I'd still say you only need about 2 ranks to pass most of the persuasion minigames. Leadership is decent if you like having followers, or isolation if you're going it alone. The skills that increase ship and outpost crew size is very debatable, however, considering how worthless most crew perks end up being. Diplomacy, instigation, and intimidation are the calm, frenzy, and fear spells from Skyrim rendered into skills. They're an interesting idea I'm not opposed to, however, the way you use the skills is so fucking awful it made me quit using them after only a few dungeons. They require you to pull out your scanner, holstering your weapon in the process, get into shooting range of the target, activate them, and then scroll to which skill you want to use. These often fail until you get a few points into the skill as well, so you're basically taking a ton of damage for an effect that kinda disrupts encounters a little bit. It's that classic Bethesda problem of why bother using spells to alter the aggression of your enemies when the easiest, quickest, and oftentimes most interesting thing to do is just kill them. There is a nice side bonus with these skills in that they add new options you can use in Persuasion that, at least according to my experience, always succeed. Diplomacy in particular popped up a lot and was often worth quite a few points in the minigame. Fortunately, you only need 1 skill point invested to unlock these dialogue options, so if you're committed to just stacking speech skills to talk your way through every persuasion attempt, these can justify 1 point each. Seeing as we're on the subject, let's talk persuasion. We got a new persuasion minigame that blends a bunch of Bethesda's previous speech systems into something that's, mechanically speaking, surprisingly robust. How it works is, during conversations, you might see a dialogue option that has a persuade tag in front of it. Picking that option launches you into a turn-based minigame that has you racking up points in order to win the persuasion attempt. You'll be presented a list of options with a point value associated with each and a color representing the difficulty of the option. More difficult options net more points, and like I said, you can see things like diplomacy and checked options in here too. Picking an option runs a check. If you pass, you get the points. If you don't, you don't. Rack up enough points before you run out of turns, and you'll pass the persuasion attempt. There's also a chance to score a critical pass, which will automatically win the persuasion attempt as well. The system was designed to make persuasion feel more conversational, and I'd say it mostly succeeds in that regard. There is some weirdness to what your character and NPCs are saying during the minigame, though. It can start to feel very artificial in some conversations, especially if you keep losing turns, or you switch from reasonable to threatening dialogue options. All in all, though, I'd say it gets the job done pretty well. Really, the main issue isn't with the persuasion system itself, but how it's used and the fact that it's not an adequate substitute for a proper disposition system. Persuasion is a scripted thing. You cannot just whip it out on any NPC you want like you could Oblivion's Persuasion Pie. I'll give Bethesda credit and admit it was used more often than I was expecting, but it really does take the wind out of a speech character's sails when they only get to use their main skill once or twice during a quest. I wasn't expecting Disposition to come back, seeing as it's been dead for a while now, with its remains being stuffed into the Companion Affinity system. Still, it seems like a missed opportunity not to have some generic version of the minigame we can play to get discounts at shops or get better rewards for completing quests. I guess the bigger issue is the complete lack of interaction with NPCs outside of quest givers, companions, and shops. So really coming up with many uses for a proper disposition system is kind of hard. But the complete absence of the minigame outside of quests made finishing challenges for the skill difficult. I really cannot imagine what it would take to get this skill maxed out if you are not running through a bunch of New Game Plus cycles like I was. And next up we got the combat category, and this one I ignored for most of my playthrough as I was way too busy stacking social science and tech as my Fallout 76 Overseer roleplay demanded. Surprisingly, ignoring this category save for maxing out the ballistic skill resulted in combat that was mostly fine on medium difficulty. I think you can safely ignore combat skills entirely so long as you're diligent with looting and maybe tweak the difficulty setting down a notch. So if you're dedicated to some kind of RP or meme builds, you don't have to worry about the combat dragging you down. For the sake of this section, I ended up respecking my character via console commands. because of course there's no way to do that in the base game, even though this is a game heavily designed to encourage a single character playthrough. I'm honestly torn on whether I preferred no combat skills or the absolutely stacked character I respect into. I went from having a decent struggle from time to time on normal difficulty and high level dungeons to absolutely annihilating everything on the highest difficulty settings. I ended up switching to a very aggressive playstyle with my combat loadout, and because I refused to pick up any of the defensive perks from the physical category, my character was an absolute glass cannon, which did help balance out the combat experience. I think there's a happy medium in here that's probably something like 12 to 20 skill points in the combat category. I also think we're going to need some sort of legendary difficulty setting because even without an optimized gear loadout or relying much on the space theme, it was not hard to run laps around the enemies on max difficulty. I think it's important early on to decide whether you'll be going for combat perks to increase your combat effectiveness or crafting upgrades to get the job done. Pick one of these paths and stick with it until you pretty much start running out of things to put points into. Personally, I'd suggest combat skills over crafting skills because the latter necessitates diving into outpost building, and that really seems like a late game system. Or you can skip crafting entirely so long as you're fine with whatever mods your looted equipment comes with. The science category houses all the perks related to crafting and exploration, so either it's going to be a bunch of skills that will be essential for you, or a category you won't give a second glance at. As someone who ended up going hard into the exploration part of the game, I invested heavily into it early on. When it came time to do the respec thing, I gutted it almost entirely because I realized how miserable exploration, crafting, and outpost building are in this game, and I wanted nothing to do with any of it after I got what I needed for the video. Outside of crafting and outposts, a lot of the remaining skills revolve around resource gathering and scanning. The resource gathering ones are frankly not worth the investment outside of maybe 1 point each. The scanning ones are a nice quality of life investment, maybe some decent dump skills if you got nothing else needing your points. Special mention goes to astrodynamics, which increases the jump range of your ship. While Sarah Morgan has this maxed out, her perks only reduce fuel usage, so it's not going to let you make super long jumps between systems. I've seen people arguing this is a great skill, but I gotta disagree, as it's really only saving you a few seconds of having to take slightly more roundabout routes if you're doing some long distance voyages. I really can't imagine making a strong case for spending skill points to make the already thoughtless space travel even more thoughtless, unless you got something against upgrading your jump drive. Tech is the final category, and like science, if you don't care about the spaceship stuff in this game, which with how that's almost universally being called the shittest part of the game, odds are you don't, then you can ignore most of this category. However, I imagine almost every player will have some points invested into this category because it houses the most essential skill in this entire game, boost pack training. I mentioned it earlier, but that nifty jetpack they kept showing off during the marketing is actually gated behind a skill. It's only 1 point for a tier 1 skill, so if you don't pick one of the backgrounds during character creation that gives you boost pack training for free, this is pretty much the first perk you should pick up, no questions asked. Really, you're going to want all 4 ranks of the skill to get the most out of your boost pack given just how much traveling on foot you do in this game. I really just cannot wrap my head around why you can't use boost packs at all without rank 1 of this perk, given how much combat and traveling suffers without it. I'd go so far as to say piloting is another must-have skill at rank 4, as it's the only way you'll be able to fly the biggest and best ships in the game. With how poorly balanced ship combat is, and how painfully small most ships' cargo capacity is, you really do want access to those Class C ships. Also, it's a minor thing I know, but why are the worst ships ranked A and the best are ranked C? It's the little things, you know? Security is the final skill in the category I'd say is almost essential. You can get away without investing into it or just throwing 1 or 2 points at it, but with how many locks there are in the game, especially during quests, it's hard to pass up entirely on the skill. While I didn't come across any locks that were essential for me to get through to advance a quest, it really was a nice thing to whip out a lot of the time. There's quite a few locks during quests that could save you a lot of time and frustration. However, breaking into locked storage containers was a very mixed bag for me, so your mileage may vary there. I guess I should talk about the minigame, seeing as I was actually starting to enjoy it once I was able to wrap my head around how it works. Presentation-wise, it looks a lot like the lockpicking minigame we've seen in Bethesda games since Fallout 3. However, there's a lot more going on with it that ends up requiring some neuron activation in order to get through it. The gist is you gotta match the set of notches on the right side of the screen with the slots and the concentric rings on the left side. You can rotate the notches and spend picks to undo mistakes you may have made, and after leveling the skill, you unlock the ability to auto-place some of the notches. The key to the minigame is to plan ahead. Look at all the sets of notches you got, and look at the patterns on the different rings, and don't just throw something in the moment it fits, because you can have multiple solutions to each ring. Pick a bad solution, you might end up locking yourself out 2 rings later. I like the minigame because it necessitates paying attention and thinking ahead. There's no time limit, you aren't going to get killed while picking the lock, so there's really no excuse to rush it except impatience, which is totally understandable if you don't get the game or you've been picking way too many locks. However, between skill investments and just playing the minigame a lot, you can get pretty damn fast at it. I started recognizing some basic patterns after a while, which made it a lot easier to punch through even master tier locks. It's a surprisingly engaging minigame that avoids the mindlessness of the old lockpicking system and the tedious boredom of Fallout's hacking. Alright, so with all the categories covered, all that's really left to discuss is what this universal build might look like. As I said, boost pack training is a must-have for any character. Not only do you want it maxed ASAP. Piloting will be another skill you want maxed by mid-game. Security if you want the options it opens up for quests. Maybe some persuasion. Depending upon the guns you want to use, your combat skills are going to vary, but at the very least you want to be investing about 12 to 24 skill points into combat unless you plan on knocking the difficulty down or taking things slow. I'd argue ballistic weapons and rifles in particular are the best. Look to stack armor penetration, critical shot chance, and damage, as those effects get pretty insane pretty quickly. Snipers are solid, shotguns can also get pretty nutty. Most of your early game investment should be in here. Don't be afraid to bank skill points for later use. I'd suggest looking at all the skills you want and then creating a rough map for investing into them. The challenges can throw a lot of those plans out of whack, but I do suggest trying to stick to your plan even if it means sitting on a few skill points for a little while. The reason being, level progression in this game can be glacial. Not all activities are created equal. Surprisingly, doing quests is perhaps the least XP efficient activity in the game. The first 10 or so levels go by quickly, but after that, things really do start to fall off. Grinding New Game Plus can net a lot of XP due to some of the XP rewards for those particular quests. I found the most consistent XP gain was just grinding bounties from the mission board. There's some weird crap you can do with outposts to farm XP, but you gotta be pretty dedicated in order to stick with it. Long story short, plan ahead and stick with that plan because you never know when you're gonna hit an XP dry spell. After you got all your essentials out of the way, things kinda open up. It really does come down to what tedious bullshit parts of the game you want to ignore entirely, and what tedious bullshit parts of the game you want to make less tedious. Exploration, stack some of the scanning perks. Social, persuasion, and either companion perks or isolation. Stealth, stealth and theft. Carry capacity, fitness and payloads. Ship combat, don't fucking bother, just get some crew slots with the social skills and stack your ship with companions and hirelings. Maybe grab astrodynamics and the skill that increases power reactor output. Dump as much money as you can into upgrading your ship. Then you got your crafting skills. I'm going to throw starship design in with this slot as it's the only way to acquire the better ship modules. I'd leave these for mid to late game as getting crafting off the ground is a real pain in the ass. Maybe pick the weapon modding skill early just so you can start to slap scopes and rage modifications on some of your guns. But seriously, you're going to get so much more bang for your buck putting your early points into combat skills that boost the different types of guns you're using as opposed to modding them. As for the spacesuits, most of those mods act as replacements for a lot of the physical skills, so it's definitely not useless, but not really essential early on. This advice gets less applicable the more New Game Plus loops you do, however. With how looting in this game works, losing all that randomized gear you spent skill points to build your character around might never be replaced. I honestly have no advice here except don't invest much into weapon-specific perks until you know you're done universe hopping. It's hard to give any solid advice with this progression system because it's clear Bethesda never had any sort of vision for it. There was no grand plan for how they expected players to navigate it. They just threw a bunch of skills and perks into Starfield without any regard for how the other non-skill systems interacted with it. This is why I think it's the worst character progression system they've ever done. Mechanically it's solid enough, but there's no cohesion between it and the rest of the game. There's no better example of that lack of cohesion than Starfield's crafting outposts and shipbuilding. I honestly don't know where to even begin with crafting. That is to say, I never found a comfortable introduction point for it while playing. Starfield has perhaps the worst onboarding experience I've ever seen in a modern AAA game, and I've played Destiny 2's recent free-to-play introduction. What is this? I don't even know what the fuck I'm looking at.
This is the free Euculus, and you're getting onboarded into the schizophrenic experience that is Destiny 2, as Todd Howard would say.
I'm already lost. The problem with Starfield being such a disjointed mess of systems and ideas is that there's no way for the designers to create a cohesive flow between the systems. Starfield barely does the player the courtesy of introducing systems to them, let alone explaining how those systems work and how they are meant to intersect with each other. There's no better evidence for the onboarding experience being an afterthought for Bethesda than the fact that the tutorials were bugged and kept resetting themselves during my playthrough. Listening to Todd talking about this, though, it sounds to me like he thinks this is a good thing because it gets players talking about discoveries they made about the game.
When you get into specific systems, what's good is like you can just show a couple screens. You can show 3 seconds of footage with a menu, and whereas like on a first view people don't get it, you know they're gonna go on Reddit and other places and tear it apart, and they're just awesome at it. Like somebody will spend 100 hours going through and figuring out what every skill does. We still like, and this is we've noticed this with it. This is not a surprise for us. I think it's a surprise maybe for the audience. It's a very complex game, and we were okay, for better or worse, with people discovering things in it and sharing that. So they're still finding things. By the time this runs, they're still going to be finding things. And I think that is a little bit of a bonus because it is a single player game where people are able to share these water cooler moments the next day. Be like, did you know you could do this? You can? I didn't know that. Why don't they explain that? There's a lot of that going on, and that's, understandable.
So the dilemma goes like this. I want to start putting mods on my guns and armor, but in order to do that, I need to first unlock the research projects by putting skill points into the weapon and armor modding skills. Once I got the projects unlocked, I then need to complete the research projects, which requires crafting materials. To get the crafting materials in any serious quantities requires either lots of money or diving into outpost building. However, unless I plan on completing only a couple of research and crafting projects at a time, I also need a lot of storage space, be that on my ship, at an outpost, or lugging everything to the lodge, which has an unadvertised feature of giving the player unlimited storage in its basement. Upgrading ships, especially pre-built ships with storage modules, is not a straightforward task because reasons we'll get into, and it's expensive. As well, buying a pre-built with storage space is also expensive and likely requires a high piloting skill. Outpost building is the next route then. However, it requires investing into the outpost engineering skill, which requires building different things at various outposts in order to complete its challenges, which requires lots of different resources, which requires storage space, which requires a ship with a bigger cargo hold. And you see the problem here? This is what it looks like when a system has no on-ramp. This is likely why I haven't seen any reviews going into outpost building in any sort of depth. They all looked at it, saw no way to naturally get into it, and just assumed it wasn't for them. I don't blame them for doing what Starfield was designed to facilitate and outright ignore a whole part of the game. I do take offense to all the reviews who just assumed outpost building is a good system despite not trying it for more than a few minutes, because it's not a good system. In fact, I'd go so far as to say it's a significant step back from what we had in Fallout 4 and even 76. How Fallout 4 created an on-ramp to its settlement building was with Sanctuary, a large settlement with tons of resources in a safe part of the map, introduced very early into the game, complete with tutorial quests for all of its major systems. Starfield needed an optional quest like this that would send us out to a location that had all the resources we needed to get a basic place set up. There, it would run us through the tutorials to explain the basics of its systems: power management, resource extraction, storage linking, defense, crew assignment, outpost linking, just to name a few. None of this is explained in-game, so you either gotta go online and watch tutorials, which didn't exist at launch, or do what I did and spend several hours trying to learn the system through trial and error. Even then, gaps in your knowledge will mean you're going to be screwing something up or left wondering if something is bugged or poorly designed, because how can there be no way to search your warehouse setup outside of walking up and manually going through 20 plus storage containers looking for where the system decided to dump all your aluminum? It's a fucking mess. Out of all the things we've covered so far, no system drove me crazier than outpost building. I think the worst part is just getting another outpost set up because it requires a lot of different materials just to get a very basic extractor going. far more resources than you'd ever be able to pack onto the frontier. If you don't have a ship with enough storage space to transport everything, you're going to be doing a lot of back and forth between that outpost and wherever you're storing those materials. And yeah, it's not difficult doing the back and forth since you'll just be fast traveling, but it's an extremely tedious back and forth through tons of menus as you're trying to keep track of all the materials you need in order to build a handful of solar generators to power a few miner extractors you built over an hour ago, because you need to run off to Titan to mindlessly farm some more titanium. Once again, Fallout 4 had this figured out. Linking workshops. Go to a new settlement, clear it out, claim the workshop, go back to one of your established settlements, assign a settler as a caravan to that new settlement, and boom, you got access to all your resources at your new workshop. Go back to that new settlement and build it out to your heart's content. Starfield has a system to link outposts together, but this will only transport some materials that are fed into the landing pads. It does not give access to your entire storage system. As far as I'm aware, there is nothing in Starfield that replicates the functionality of Fallout 4's caravan system. While you can get a basic outpost going without any investment into the outpost engineering skill, you'll really want to get points into that skill if you're at all committed to the system. Just be warned, you still need to spend resources on the research projects to finally be allowed to build those bigger storage containers. Also be warned, outpost engineering is one of those skills we still don't know what it does when being shared by a crew member. In all likelihood, it's currently bugged. The only people I've seen getting any sort of mileage out of the system are those using it to build XP and money farms. So I guess it's nice to see Bethesda making a system that appeals to the min-max spreadsheety players again. However, the fact that I haven't seen any articles or videos showcasing beautiful and nifty outposts in Starfield leaves me to believe this system is not nearly as popular among the creative building community as Fallout 4 and 76's settlement system. Outpost building is a very tedious process requiring hours of prep work and doing things in a very specific order just to be allowed to build some prefabs. While I do kind of like the aesthetics of outposts, particularly my warehouse setup, this is a very inflexible system. This isn't a system where you're allowed to build structures one wall at a time. All the structures are just boxes that snap together. These are just giant empty rooms that don't inspire creativity. As well, placing the prefabs on anything other than flat, empty geography is super finicky. I cannot imagine trying to build a base on the side of a hill or inside a crater. Issues like this inevitably drives away players who just want to build cool-looking bases, especially when there's so much competition in the base-building genre these days. If you look at Outposts as a watered-down version of a factory-building game like Satisfactory, things start to click a little more. However, compared to those games, Starfield's offering looks like a pre-alpha mod. Outposts are too small, the mechanics for building, connecting, and managing machines is too clunky, and the UI is not at all up to the task necessary to keep the player from getting lost in all of this. And at the end of the day, Outposts just don't have enough on tap to make it appealing for that sort of gameplay. If you don't want to bother with Outposts, but you don't want to rely on the Lodge's infinite storage container, then living out of your starship is your best option. This is perhaps my favorite element of Starfield. Not ship combat, fuck that trash. No, I mean having your own ship you can build and modify and then flying it around the galaxy. Having a base of operations has been a thing in Bethesda games since before even Morrowind. Where the player chooses to settle down, how they use that space, how they decorate it, all of these things do a lot to make each romp through one of their games feel unique. It really helps color a playthrough and does a lot to create a sense of adventure as that space slowly evolves to reflect what you have accomplished over those many hours. Bethesda's been expanding upon this aspect of their games over the years and to great success, I feel. Bethesda leveraged the opportunity Starfield presented to take that base and make it mobile, resulting in the shipbuilder. This is perhaps the only truly original element of Starfield that I think is a solid contribution to the space game genre. So naturally, it was not the work of Bethesda Maryland, but instead outsourced to their support studio in Dallas. Remember Jamie Mallory, Sandwich Lady? Yeah, this was her team's project. It's a cool system, but it's got some pretty serious
Oh no,
issues.
did you screw up my
The
drive?
controls are very clunky. The system
No,
uses
you
snap points
seem
the same
okay.
way the settlement and outpost
You're okay.
building systems have used. The snap nodes can sometimes be too close together for the aggressive magnetism to play nicely with, resulting in the module you're trying to place being snapped to all sorts of positions on the ship. There's also a deck layer system you need to cycle through in order to place parts above or below the ship, which only adds to the, floaty feeling to the system. Anyways, without a doubt, the best way to build a ship is to hover over a snap point and then open the module purchase menu. This has two very useful benefits: filtering out anything that will not snap to that specific snap point, and automatically snapping the new module to that point, removing the need to mess with the floaty controls. So your ship has several things it needs in order to be valid and pass the flight check. It needs a landing bay, some landing gears, a cockpit, a docking port, thrusters, a fuel tank, a jump drive, and a reactor. Weapons and a shield generator are optional, though heavily encouraged. There's more to it than that, though. The bigger your ship gets, the more requirements and limitations are going to pop up. Ships can only be a certain length and width because they need to be able to fit onto landing pads at settlements.
Yes.
They also need to have a certain number of landing gears to support it, so if you're making a long ship, be prepared to start spamming gears to clear the error message. The more you throw on a ship, the greater its mass gets, requiring more thrust, either in the form of more powerful thrusters or a greater number of them. You'll also need a bigger grav drive. This is the dance I kept getting stuck in, as in trying to upgrade one of those things, one or two of the others would then get thrown out of whack until I hit the brick wall that was the reactor size limit. I'm not annoyed by there being limitations. They seem a bit low, but whatever, we'll blame that on console hardware or the game engine. What's really frustrating is trying to find a configuration that actually works. I didn't think my cargo ship was that unreasonable, but it took a good half hour of just messing with different engine and reactor configurations until I found one that actually worked. And I only managed to break out of the circular power management trap by capitulating and cutting down on mass of my ship. What would have helped immensely is if the UI had some way to filter out the modules that weren't going to be powerful enough for my hull mass, or if there was something that at a glance could indicate a module's mass to power ratio. I found the best way to work out what the more efficient modules were was to just look at the most expensive ones and work backwards. However, from my experience, most modules progress
I went the wrong
linearly.
way.
That is, their benefits and drawbacks scale at the same rate. So you're really only paying for more power, which is exactly how you end up creating these sorts of balanced loop traps that I kept getting stuck in. The worst part of all of this is that there's no way to save your build and come back to it later, or save a draft you can reload if you get a few minutes into some changes and decide you want to revert. There is an undo feature, but it's so inconsistent it cannot really be relied upon, and once again, it's no replacement for an actual save feature. Considering doing a total ship build from scratch was taking me upwards of 2 hours, not including painting the ship, a lack of a save feature is a huge issue. It really ends up turning into a battle with the tools as my vision smacks up against all of these limitations,
keeps
resulting in me
happening?
making a ship that's
Why
not
is
at
my
all how
pet
I
not here?
imagined
Go,
but
Your skill
instead
has
some
increased.
sort of disappointing
God damn it, man.
compromise. It's clear the system can be
Fuck
used
was
to make some
that?
crazy stuff. It's just the very rough edges of the system get in the way of player creativity. Fortunately, I believe most of these issues can be fixed. Whether it will be Bethesda or modders who will clean it up, we shall see. Hopefully someone does, because getting to see a ship I designed rendered into a familiar human scale was a genuinely powerful moment. I've never felt so attached to a base in a Bethesda game as I did with my ugly-ass Vault-Tec themed cargo ship. It flew like a brick, had some horrendous
Sorry
blind
for the
spots
sun,
when
guys. Can't do
piloting
anything.
it. The interior was
Your
amazing,
skill has
and
increased.
performance on the ship dropped into the 50s, but damn did I love that ship. Where customization really fails is with the interior, however. I really don't understand the internal logic that dictates how interior configurations are decided to connect the different habitat modules, because most ships feel like they were designed to be the most oppressive, closed-floor suburban American colonial imaginable. I'd have to take the most confounding serpentine paths through so many ships, which made it a real pain trying to locate companions who would rather hang out in the cramped landing bay rather than the cushy crew quarters. I really wish we could go in and open up walls and seal off passageways the way we can with outpost modules, or at least see in the builder what sort of pathways and internal connections the game was going to create. There's no way to see what the interiors of the modules look like when in the ship builder. They don't even list what workbenches are included in the modules, so I didn't know my workshop included a research computer, so I ended up tossing an unnecessary science bay into one of my ships as a result. I was surprised the outpost building system wasn't accessible when on ships. I figured that was a no-brainer, allowing us to place in couches, tables, display cases, and whatever else. As it stands, we've been bumped back to Skyrim in terms of personalizing our ships, and that's perhaps the biggest missed opportunity with this system. Ultimately, though, what diminishes the system the most is what happens once you get into the pilot.
Your skill has
Space
increased.
sucks, and so balancing the finer
Oh, God.
things like weapon loadouts, weight, and jump drive range is all completely kneecapped, reducing what could have been an absolutely
Why am I
stellar
not
system down
sitting?
to just
Oh,
a
'cause
way to
I had
make a
all these
nifty
buffs
mobile
and
base
everything,
for
yeah.
storing gear and talking to companions. Ships do have one hugely positive influence on the game experience, though, and that's by way of acting as a major money sink for the economy. For the most part, Starfield's economy is pretty busted. It's that usual Bethesda issue of too much to sell and not enough things to buy. However, ships end up balancing things out a lot because ships can cost upwards of 100,000 credits, which is a significant sum for a decent part of the game. And because the limitations of ships encourages you to own specialized ships for different purposes, such as a combat ship and a cargo ship, building out a whole fleet can be a massive expense. There's also no way to build ships or acquire parts any other way except purchasing them with credits. This means you can't just go run some dungeons or craft these things. Methods of acquiring gear in previous Bethesda games that always disincentivize purchasing equipment at shops. It would have been neat if we had something similar for Outposts where we could just directly purchase everything, as opposed to either farming resources or going around to vendors and buying components we may or may not need. Honestly, I had very little hope for Starfield's writing and quests. Given Bethesda's recent track record, and the fact that Emerald Hagurulo was helming this side of development, I pretty much had the questing portion of Starfield written off before I'd even installed it. That's why I focused so much of this video on exploration, combat, character progression, and other parts of the game I figured would be more up my alley. Still, I went into Starfield with an open mind. After all, exceedingly low expectations is a great way to be surprised. I did not go into this game wanting to hate its writing, world building, or quest design. However, hating those elements is pretty much inevitable when
Damn it,
Bethesda
don't
still
die, don't
managed to
die,
reach
don't die, don't die.
on a bar I set so low I needed an excavator to dig out a trench for. Also, yes, I'm aware that they are called missions in Starfield and not quests. Me calling them quests here isn't some act of belligerence. I just think quests rolls off the
Your
tongue
skill
better
has
than
increased.
missions. As well, the Skyrim script I'm writing alongside the Starfield script has over 250 uses of the word quest, and I haven't even gotten to the Daedra stuff yet. So yeah, I'm not going to reprogram my brain for a couple of sections on a game I'm likely never going to talk about again once this video is done. Starfield's writing is bad, impressively so. Its world
Your
building is
skill has
perhaps
increased.
even worse. Its quest
Oh
design is
no!
mixed.
God
Most
damn
I'd
it!
say
They're
that
like, why
element
did you
that
tear
leaves
through
space
two of
for
my
genuine
pets in
effort
5
on
minutes?
Bethesda's part
That's
to improve.
insane.
As a whole,
Like,
quests
come on,
tend to
man, you gotta
have
give me a
more
little more
choices
time
than
than
we've seen in
that.
Bethesda games in the past,
Oh
with
my
conversations
God.
playing a more prominent role. Skills, backgrounds, and other
He
elements
wouldn't let me
can
sit.
play a part
I keep
in
dying. It
conversations
doesn't
that
matter. I
can
had that.
lead
I
to
had
some
that one
different
thing
outcomes.
that
I was also
that dragon
surprised how
page
much
that I
better
could just
the
dump
player
XP
dialogue
into trying to
choices
get
were
this.
when
I
compared
don't
to
understand. He was
Fallout
VT
4's
is why
yes,
he was
yes,
VT.
sarcastic yes, and
I'm
yes,
too
but
low
later
for that
options.
camp.
Oftentimes there were
unfortunately.
dialogue options that actually made it so that I didn't have
That
to
sucks.
play as a mentally unhinged person in order to justify what my character was saying and doing. In fact, two of the quest lines
I'm gonna go put
offer
all this
fairly
stuff away.
consistent,
Well, no, I
morally
guess I don't
neutral
have to. It
dialogue
doesn't
options
matter.
throughout. However, different choices and outcomes doesn't necessarily mean better. The illusion of those choices are oftentimes paper thin, boiling down to your typical Bethesda T-junction that results in no meaningful consequences down the line because the line ends once the mission complete notification pops up. The illusion is strong enough to fool most first-time players into thinking there's more to these quests and decisions. The tantalizing what-ifs allows their imagination
God damn
to
it, I
start
went to
doing
the wrong
job of the
place.
writers and quest
Ah.
designers. Despite having a New Game Plus mode that resets all the story content, I haven't seen anyone actually going out of their way to immediately repeat something like the Crimson Fleet to compare runs. That might have to do with these questlines just not being all that great, but this is a game that could take over 100 hours to complete, so I'm not blaming anyone for not calling out Starfield's bluff here. I did call that bluff out though, and I was surprised that a game designed to have a diegetic explanation for its New Game Plus mode would have such rigid quest lines. There's some variations to new universes. New Game Plus opens up some new dialogue options during the main story, and things can play out slightly different. However, 90% of the main quest line plays out the same if you don't choose to use the New Game Plus's built-in universe speedrun mode to just clear temples so you can collect more space shouts. And that's the main story that was made with New Game Plus in mind from its inception. The other quest lines are even less reactive to the mechanic. There was some slight variations in the quests I replayed, but these weren't radical changes that led to any serious deviations. If there was a deviation, it was almost always rectified by the end of the quest, if not the conversation itself. Cyberpunk 2077 is a great example of an open-world game embracing player freedom in its quest design. Oddly enough, it's the main story quests that tend to be the most deterministic in how they ultimately conclude.
Why are you
because there
quoting
are narrative beats that need
Cyberpunk?
to be hit for the story to continue.
Fucking terrible
However,
ass
those missions
game.
often made up for that lack of narrative control by offering a lot of
Nobody
freedom in
would.
gameplay
No, I
by
would never
presenting
compare
large
fucking
levels with unique,
Cyberpunk
carefully
to
crafted
any
challenges
Bethesda
to
title.
accommodate all
Cyberpunk is
sorts of
shit
play
compared
styles
to
and character builds.
Morrowind.
So while every player will have to do the convoy story rate
You
with
know
Ken
it to
and
be
Am,
true.
how
Search
they
for
approach the
feelings.
tasks in that
You
mission,
know it
and
to be
how they
true.
interact with those characters
Fucking
is
Morrow
up to them.
was
That will
superior
lead
to
to
fucking
future quests
Cyberpunk.
opening up or being blocked off, with all roads converging on a few mutually exclusive end missions.
Return to
This can add
Bernie,
up to create radically different playthroughs despite the main quests all needing to cover the same narrative ground. Cyberpunk really embraced player choice with its side quests, however, particularly its gigs. Because most gigs were little one-and-done 10-mission quests, the designers
Keep
were able to make them
dying.
very
So
open-ended.
annoying.
I made a point of never doing stealth for these things, even when the quest giver wanted me to be discreet. I just go in and
I think I could
slice
beat the
everyone
Tainted
up.
Flesh
Yeah,
if I
sometimes
pay
took a pay
attention.
cut, but the quests never broke, and I was never forced to reload a save. Some gigs could even be failed, and sometimes I just roll with it. As a result, the gigs were some of my favorite content in the game. Starfield is nothing like this. I sat down and racked my brain for a good 15 minutes trying to come up with quests that actually had any notable branches to them, and I just couldn't come up with much. Some of the Crimson Fleet stuff flirted with player freedom, but it was usually a choice between following the rules and the signposted series of actions the designers clearly wanted the player to abide by, or just killing everyone and getting scolded for it.
You opened fire on SY-920 and killed people. Just who the hell do you think you are? Part of your job was to keep innocent people alive. Instead, you chose to do things your own way. And now look where we are. I've tried to be patient with you, but my patience and your time with SysDef is at an end. You're under arrest. Lieutenant Toth will escort you to the brig immediately, and I expect you to go peacefully. Do you understand? Guards, stop them!
Oh, here we go.
One of the only instances I can think of where we had any sort of interactivity during the main quest was during Sam Coe's quest going to Aquila. We arrive in Aquila City and find a bunch of bandits took over the local bank after botching a robbery. Here we have a choice. Try to persuade the thieves to surrender, or go in guns blazing. If this is Cyberpunk, we'd probably have a second peaceful resolution option for players who didn't spec into speech, but, you know, baby steps here with Bethesda's big space game. Also, technically this isn't even part of the main quest. This is just a side quest we can come across during the main quest if we haven't been to Aquila City by this point. You know, just saying. But yeah, this is the low quality threshold Starfield still utterly fails to meet up to with an overwhelming majority of its quests. Like I said, I spent 15 minutes thinking of quests that I did, and I was able to come up with maybe 5 that were as complex as getting to disarm an encounter with a speech check. As such, you're better off just starting a new character if you want to replay quest content, because at least you'll get the option to pick a new background and character traits, which have way more of an impact on side quests than New Game Plus does. I'm not sure if it's an oversight or a genuine design choice to not allow the player to pick new background and character traits in subsequent universes. It could be they thought allowing that would clash with the vague explanations they give for how the universes work. Or it could also be they didn't think of it, or it's just pure laziness. Whatever the case may be, this means if you want to see what it's like running a bounty hunter who is a citizen of the United Colonies, as opposed to being a chef who had an adoring fan, you're going to have to replay Starfield's opening again. Oh
and
boy,
this sucks.
what
Yeah.
an opening it is.
It takes forever and
The
it's
sequence goes
boring.
like this. We're a new hire on Lynn's crew, working as a miner for Argos extractors. After spending a whole 5 minutes on the job learning how to mine, we are sent in to grab the artifact which knocks us out and gives us a vision. After waking up and going through character creation, Lynn tells us the
I've been
artifact
so
buyer is
job when I got a
Riley.
mine.
Outside, we meet that buyer, Barrett, a member of Constellation, who managed to attract the attention of some Crimson Fleet pirates. We chase them off and Barrett finds out about our vision. Or he deduces it because he had a similar experience when he touched a different artifact. He then gives us a watch, his ship, and his robot companion who is instructed to take us to Constellation HQ with no detours or delays. After getting introduced to a few of the ship's mechanics, Vasco has us detour to Crete so we can complete a dungeon tutorial where absolutely nothing of story significance occurs. After that, we are sent off to the lodge over in New Atlantis so we can deliver the artifact and explain our vision to Constellation's leader, Sarah Morgan. We find out Constellation has been investigating these artifacts after the first one turned up in their library. With 3 of them, the artifacts start reacting to one another and begin constructing something. Everyone is stoked because this is totally weird, and we are given a boost pack, a free room in the lodge, and are brought on as a tentative member pending a field trip with Sarah in the next quest. While an introduction to a story is pretty much always going to be utilitarian, as a writer you never want it to come across that way. You don't want people saying, you just gotta get through the intro, it really opens up after that. It's no coincidence then that people were saying exactly that about Starfield's introduction.
Yeah, I remember. After you play 15 hours, it gets good. Yeah, well, I played it 60 and it never got good.
Starfield's introduction is blatant with its goals.
I played it
Introduce the
62,
setting,
it never got
introduce the
good.
artifacts in the player's vision
It's
to
only going to
confirm
be
their
good if I can
protagonist's
mod it,
status,
and I
facilitate
thought
character
modding was going to be
creation,
this thing,
get
but
the player
Bethesda
inducted
shut
into
it down.
Constellation, give them a
Bethesda
ship and a
might be dead
companion,
now.
introduce the main characters of the
And I
story,
think 76
and explain
is
the game's
the only
major
thing left
mechanics.
that I want
That's
from
a lot of
Bethesda.
heavy lifting that would have been
I don't
better
expect
suited to
Elder
have been
Scrolls to be
spaced
that
out in
good.
the
I
first
mean, I
act
don't
of the
know.
story as
We'll
opposed to
see.
being crammed into
Elder
the first
Scrolls will
hour
probably
and a
be
half.
good.
As well, because this is one of the first parts of the game designed and built, this whole sequence ended up becoming awkward, poorly paced, and just plain boring as the game underwent development delays. Let's start with characters. No, not Sarah, Barrett, or the rest of the main cast at Constellation. Let's talk about Lynn, Heller, and our fellow miners. Lynn and Heller aren't exactly a strong opening act, and are a great demonstration that Bethesda just can't write humanizing dialogue without it coming across as stilted. We learn barely anything about these two except their working relationship. They more just act as a vehicle for world building, except the details they give us are either irrelevant because we will never work as a miner again, or are just straight up not represented in the game, like House Varun having their own star systems we can accidentally grab jump into. Still, Heller at least has something resembling a personality. Lynn, on the other hand, comes across as a manipulative sociopath when you ask the simple question of why she sends us, the new recruit, to go retrieve this artifact that's going to net them a whole month's pay. Presumably she was there when Barrett had his vision, because it was her crew that unearthed that artifact. Did she know what happens when someone touches the artifact for the first time, so she sent the least valuable member of her team to grab the thing? Is that why she fires us immediately afterwards when Barrett has Vasco kidnap us?
Now that that's settled. Vasco, get her to the lodge. No deviations unless absolutely necessary, okay? Protocol Indigo.
Indigo. Again. Very well.
Wait, Barrett's recruited other members like this? Who? Sam? Mateo? Noel? I love this line because it's meant to just be a throwaway thing meant to characterize Barrett and I guess put us at ease. No, we aren't being kidnapped. Constellation recruits people like this all the time. This is just really poor writing because this whole thing is getting rushed and Bethesda got really sloppy with the details. None of this is the intended interpretation because we aren't meant to ask any questions the writer didn't insert into the dialogue box. We also get the names of some of the miners down there, but we don't really get to interact with them. Most of them are very standoffish and just blow us off. A few of them get killed during the Crimson Fleet attack, but it's of no fault of our own. It's likely they wouldn't mourn our deaths, so why should we care about theirs? Bethesda spent 20 minutes dragging us by the ear through this sequence, only to dump all of these people the moment the first ship touches down. It's as if Bethesda was aware players wouldn't give a shit about any of these characters and would be eager to catch the first ride off that planet. Some people are going to argue that Bethesda knows a lot of players aren't going to care about the story anyways because they came to Starfield to explore planets and do side quests. The best thing they can do here then is to hurry things along and cut us loose. Now, I'd totally buy that if we were allowed to just cut loose here and be on our way, but we aren't. The only consideration we get is being able to skip Vasco slowly explaining what ship systems do. We still have to fight the pirates in Vectera's orbit, go clear the pirate dungeon on Crete, and visit the lodge. With this being the longest mandatory introduction in a Bethesda game, they either have a really low assessment of their players' intelligence, or this introduction was meant to sell us on the story. Honestly, both of those statements are probably correct.
But I'm here to tell you that this game doesn't really even get going until you finish the main quest.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sounds to me Bethesda expected players to get on with it. If that's the case though, this opening does a horrendous job of selling the player on Starfield's main story. In fact, it almost comes across as Bethesda trying to filter players who aren't 100% committed to what it's setting up. To that end, I had the perfect setup for Constellation's exploration-pilled premise. Rather than trying to ram through one of my usual slightly unhinged characters, I wanted to beat Starfield halfway and give it a character that would fit in. That's where my Fallout 76 Overseer character came into play. In that game, the Overseer played a prominent role in the main story and the Wastelanders expansion. She was a college-educated scientist selected to run Vault 76 and oversee their mission to explore and rebuild Appalachia.
What could we do with a vault full of precious metals?
It's funny how he's
Everyone
using
needs
76
to
now as an
ways to
example.
recommission trade, establish our own
Oh,
currency.
there we go.
Exactly.
So that's
no
your
more
solution.
barter or wild, unregulated proxies.
Even if you could get
It won't
inside, they'd
happen
burn the
overnight.
documents
But
before you
one
reach
day we
them.
could have leverage to create a new economy, property rights, taxes.
Are you f***ing kidding me?
A government.
Okay. Who wrote this?
Bethesda.
This is the plan?
Yeah, this is our plan. We're rebuilding the gold standard.
Oh my god. Is this real?
What is there some kind of problem here?
Yes, there is something wrong here. Actually. She was a well-experienced leader who always sought cooperative measures to get things done.
Abandon you? Do you have any idea how hard it was
I know,
to
it was
walk
stupid.
out that
You didn't even
vault
have to
door
do
on
that.
my own, knowing I might not see any of you ever again?
You realize your tapes literally did not help
behind
us.
my camp, the holotapes, the care packages.
The care packages didn't help
all
either.
with
We
the
could
vague
Dog,
hope
thanks
that
for
they
the
might keep
dog
you all
food.
safe. I've
Thanks for the
never stopped
26
being
pounds
your
of dog
overseer.
food that's in my stash.
Never.
As well, despite her age, she was actually quite capable alone out in the field.
Not good. Not good. Not good.
Oh, it should be fine. We've seen her alive.
Yeah.
Was she always? Did you always meet
No,
her?
thank you.
No.
Okay, so that also fits with the story because it's like, oh, are we supposed to be speculating that maybe she's gonna die? Because that's kind of hard to do when we fucking met her.
The overseer. Signing off.
Firecracker berries.
Hopefully not for the last time.
Oh, no. You make it, don't worry. I already know how this ends.
It's gonna suck right now, but trust me, you've got predeterminism on your side.
So when Delphine and Esbern dropped a nuke on the roof of her house in Sutton and she woke up on that elevator with Lynn and Heller, she saw an opportunity. An opportunity to brush up on her science, survival, and leadership skills again in order to get to the bottom of what had happened. Hopefully, with enough hard work, determination, and the right help, she'd be able to get back to her Vault 76 family in Appalachia. My hope was that this character would work well with what I figured Starfield was going for with Constellation. Turns out, even as New Game Plus slowly turned both of us into unhinged metagaming sociopaths, this ended up being by far the most natural roleplay I've ever done in a Bethesda game. What wasn't natural was how my character
Oh,
ended up
look.
looking.
Oh, I
It's
know, it's
crazy
not
to
very
think
good.
Bethesda's
Oh, I don't know.
NPCs
Let's
peaked
see.
in Skyrim, but the last few games have seen them really falling deep into that uncanny valley. Starfield's NPCs are the unsettling department store mannequins of Fallout 4 with the grotesque
Let's see how fast it
proportions of
fires.
the
It's a
face
fucking
shit.
pipe
I've
bomb
never
section.
seen so many thick jaws outside
No,
of a Habsburg
absolutely
family
not.
portrait. People were
Look at that
wondering where all
fucking
the
terrible
intelligent
fire
alien
rate.
life forms
Nope.
are in this game. They're right here, ready to greet
But
you as you
it'll-
step off
it'll
your ship
crack
into
well.
Atlantis. I believe there's a few culprits at play here that collided to create some really unfortunate results for Starfield's NPCs. For starters, we got the baseline from Fallout 4, which, as I just pointed out, was already pushing some terrible boundaries. Bethesda tried some new face photo telemetry thing in Starfield where they scanned a bunch of faces of real-life people and then imported them into the game. The results are, well, unless they were trying to be progressive, only hiring models that don't adhere to traditional Western standards of beauty in order to create a body-inclusive setting, I don't think the scans translated well to the creation engine. Add to that a lighting system that will make even the prettiest faces look horrific in the wrong circumstances, which, as it turns out, are most lighting conditions. Going back to Fallout 4, that game struggled a lot with its facial animations. This resulted in tons of memes and a part of my brain forever being conditioned
Come on,
to
man.
recognize
Out
the
of it.
Fallout 4
Out of
wide
it.
mouth animation, which Bethesda tried to patch out in Fallout 4, only for it to come back in Starfield. It looks like they used motion capture to create the facial animations in Starfield, but they either cut a bunch of corners or just couldn't map the capture performances well enough to the faces in Starfield. This has resulted in people noting how soulless the NPCs come across because none of them are capable of activating the muscles real humans use when giving genuine smiles. What throws me off is the fact that these animations are still canned and tied to some integer value in the engine. You can watch the values being read with each dialogue line as the NPC goes from shocked value 60 to sad value 80 and then happy value 10, all in the span of a few seconds. body animations are also stiff and awkward, which might be appropriate in spacesuits, but not in normal clothing.
Why aren't you
As well,
mining?
these animations tend to repeat a lot, sometimes at inappropriate times.
Why aren't you mining?
Bethesda then took that
God damn
uncanniness
it,
to an even
mine.
deeper valley by assigning
God damn it, I
sets of
told you to
animations
mine.
to different face types.
Why aren't you
This results in
mining?
some characters like Sarah
God
Morgan
damn it.
looking fairly reasonable thanks to her animation set. Meanwhile, Walter is unbearable with his weird old man animations, and Andreja and Sam are always stuck giving us sad puppy eyes. Shout out to the aggressive tough guy set you'll sometimes see mercs using. Those animations are indescribably goofy. I can't express how badly the NPCs in Starfield continuously pulled me out of the experience. It was impossible for me to take any of the game's writing seriously when it was being delivered by NPCs that looked like this. That's a problem because a lot of the writing is based on the assumption that I'm going to form a connection with these NPCs. However, when my fight or flight response is being triggered because a part of my monkey brain is recognizing something ain't right with the thing in front of me masquerading as a human, there's no hope I'm going to be getting invested into your characters. Then to top it all off, you got the cutscene camera bugging out, NPCs forgetting where they should be standing, or NPCs just refusing to look at me. On top of the results just looking terrible, all this face telemetry nonsense likely made the robust and intuitive character creator people loved in Fallout 4 and 76 completely incompatible. So what we got in Starfield was a character creator that is, in every way, a downgrade. You begin by picking a preset character that acts as the base you'll be working off of. I'm not going to judge these too hard, as they might have just been faces they pulled from the real-life models. Like I said, I think something in the engine is keeping a lot of these faces from actually looking good. After picking your baseline preset, it's time to enter Slider Hell. You select presets for different facial features and then use sliders to adjust major aspects of that preset. It's not very intuitive and requires a lot of trial and error just to figure out what does what. And this is because most of the sliders aren't even labeled. But wait, it gets worse, because some of these sliders are linked together. If you move one slider, one or more sliders might get adjusted too. There's no undo button, so if you want to revert something, you have to go back and manually change whatever sliders you or the game decide to alter. This makes for imprecise and incredibly frustrating work that starts undoing itself, all the while you're just trying to figure out what the f any of these sliders even do. All of this effort just to find out you can't make a lot of features with this character creator. For the life of me, I couldn't find a way to just rotate my character's eyes, something that even Oblivion had a labeled slider for. So after almost 30 minutes of painstaking work, I kinda just gave up trying to match my Starfield Overseer character to the real deal. Not that it mattered, because most of my playthrough she was in her Starborn armor that has an opaque faceplate. After face gen, we move on to selecting our
If I can mod it, but I don't have
Overseer, I
don't
with
have
Explorer, which
weapons
gave
with
her
I
a
don't
point
think. Or
in
maybe I can.
lasers,
Maybe I can mod it. Let's go to the
astrodynamics, and
basement
surveying.
and see.
Lasers was kind of a waste, but astrodynamics and surveying was a cute little boost towards my exploration efforts. Cute boosts are about all you can expect with these, however, as all they give is a 1-point bump to 3 tier 1 skills. There's also no custom backgrounds, which is strange considering the file not found background sounds like it would provide that functionality. Instead, that one just gives wellness, ballistics, and piloting, which actually isn't a bad selection, but still. As for the backgrounds themselves, there's really only a couple I'd consider good picks from a gameplay perspective, as they offer the most useful perks. Still, your background choice comes up enough times throughout the game that I'd actually suggest just pick what would work for the type of character you're trying to play as. You don't have to worry about ruining your character because you picked the chef background out of curiosity. As opposed to backgrounds, traits are optional, as they usually come with some sort of drawback
they don't
to
mean
balance
anything.
against their bonuses. In practice, the bonuses are minuscule and the drawbacks are almost non-existent. As well, it's impossible to even know what exactly some of these traits do, as their descriptions are not very descriptive. Alien DNA, for instance, says you start with increased health, but healing items aren't as effective. Here, I went with Kid Stuff, Empath, and Extrovert, which gave me a nice broad sampling of the types of traits in this game. Kid Stuff was probably the least intrusive of the three, as you can just ignore your parents and never visit them if you so choose. According to the description, 2% of your total credits get sent to your parents each week. I tried to test this because I suspect the
Gunsmith
allowance
2.
caps
God
out
damn
at
it.
500 credits,
Well,
but
next
I think
level
this
I can
trait
get
ended up
that.
breaking during
And
my
this thing will
playthrough
become
because no
really
matter how
powerful.
many weeks I slept away on
It'll be
Venus,
better
I
than
just
what I'm using.
couldn't get the game to send my parents some money. I don't know, maybe it's based on real life time. I only visited my parents a couple of times during my first universe run, and that's because I kind of forgot about them after that. They did have a lot of dialogue when I visited them, and they would pop into the lodge from time to time, so it's not like Bethesda did the absolute bare minimum with them. And fact, it's kind of surprising how much content Bethesda gated behind this trait, which makes me suspect they weren't always going to be an optional element of the game. In comparison, Empath was probably the most impactful. When you say or do something a companion likes, you'll get a buff to critical shot chance and persuasion attempts. If you do or say something they disapprove of, you'll get a stat debuff instead. And no, I don't know what the actual numerical values of these effects are. The game doesn't say it. These bonuses seem to stack, at least according to the status page, but it could also just be a UI bug. You also get the occasional dialogue choice in a conversation, though I never saw it do much except get an extra line or two of dialogue. Empath basically incentivized me to just pick dialogue options I figured characters around me wanted to hear, rather than saying what I really wanted to say. Kind of like the companion affinity system, but even worse because I could get hit with a debuff. When it came time to do the Crimson Fleet questline, I actually ditched Empath because you can just get rid of traits once you get into the game. I don't know, being able to just remove traits kinda goes against the spirit of the system because it seems like traits are meant to act as modifiers that fundamentally alter how you play. Granted, with how low impact they all are, I guess removing them wouldn't really matter either. Todd stated you'd have to do some sort of quest in order to remove a trait. Well, turns out the quest is just finding someone to talk to and then telling them you don't want the trait anymore. For kids stuff, I just told my parents I couldn't afford to pay their rent anymore, which would then force them to disappear as they went house hunting forever. Empath, I just went to a clinic and underwent some mystery treatment. Extrovert was the funniest because it just involved telling the priest I didn't want to like being around people anymore. If Bethesda considers a few lines of dialogue a quest, actually that kind of explains a lot. All in all, traits aren't very impactful. They really just meant to add a little more flavor to a character. A bit of tone, if you would. Speaking of which, one of the first things Bethesda likes to establish when creating a game is
Tone. Tone. You mentioned tone a lot. Well, what do you mean by tone?
I think you can flip through, let's just take fantasy. You know, you can sort of look at a couple images or things and know, how does Lord of the Rings different from Game of Thrones? Finding that, what's going to make it kind of unique, and usually I lean on something that is grounded in reality for what it is, and then have lesser kind of fantastical things, at least at the start, and then they kind of build. So even when we do Starfield, it's grounded in, you can look at it and say, oh, okay, this is kind of an extension of things as we view them today. What's their technology level, like even for a fantasy world? Like, is magic, how prevalent is it? Or are they making weapons and things and armor? Is it for utility? Is it for decoration? How do they live their lives? Does this feel like a place that you believe that has some grounding in our reality, whether that's historical or near future? It's also making it feel a little bit welcoming. Like, okay, I understand this. I think it's okay to let just like the time settle. Meaning, you step out, how does the wind sound? How are the trees moving? How are the clouds moving? I think that's just part of being that character, being that person in that space.
Now, tone is definitely a subjective thing, but I'd say past Bethesda games did a good job inspiring something in me. Morrowind its unease, Oblivion its wonder. Fallout 3 is possibly the strongest with its overwhelming tone of loneliness. Skyrim is a bit of a weird one, but I describe it as epic. As a whole, that game felt big. Most things felt grand and eventful. Now, tone does change in these games depending upon what I'm doing and the general quality of a section, but what the game is going for is usually pretty obvious. Fallout 4 is where I feel Bethesda's grasp on tone really started to slip, and that's likely owed to the fragmentation of that game's experience. The way you were expected to bounce around between exploring the world, exploring the cities, doing quests, and building settlements made it so that each of those elements' tone started to overlap and interfere with one another. As a result, despite feeling a variety of emotions while playing, I really can't pin any sort of consistent tone for that game. Starfield is the first Bethesda game I've played that solicited no real emotional response from me. For all their talk of tone and wanting to inspire the player, Starfield feels like an experiment to see if they can make something that's truly devoid of tone. The cynic in me wants to say this is because Bethesda was afraid of making the player do anything in Starfield up into including feeling things. The optimist wants to say they just wanted to give the player ownership over how they felt in Starfield's universe. The boring answer is that they probably just failed to get any sort of consistent tone across because the game experience is even more disjointed than Fallout 4's. Regardless, if I had to pick a tone for Starfield, it'd be indifference. There's a lot of examples of indifference permeating Starfield's setting. Characters, factions, entire quests and quest lines. The whole setting feels like everyone just doesn't care. The few people who do seem to care come across as though there's someone off screen with a shotgun pointed at their crotch, so they stand there wearing creepy fake smiles, feigning consideration. Even some of the mechanics and the structure of New Game Plus incentivizes the player's indifference. Going back to Lynn and Heller, they had a little exchange after we wake up that demonstrates my point precisely.
Half the crew doesn't believe Earth exists, but it's still there. Same with Constellation.
Yeah, come on. Exploring space? Who does that anymore? Ain't the space we've already got complicated enough?
I imagine this is meant to reflect on Heller's character more than the actual setting, except he's proven right more often than not. Constellation is described as the final group of explorers. However, anywhere we go, even the most remote planets, there's tons of human activity, indicating that we aren't actually exploring space anymore. And wouldn't you know it, none of the quests during the Constellation storyline involves us just landing on a remote planet and surveying it. Granted, that's probably for the best, as we discussed in the exploration section, but this all goes back to how the concept of Starfield fundamentally doesn't work for Bethesda, and now we're seeing it coming down onto the foundation of its main storyline itself. No, Heller's consternation is entirely justified. Constellation isn't actually exploring space anymore. Even the major factions aren't interested in it anymore because they signed a treaty that has them all limited to 3 star systems each. Granted, a setting ruled by indifference would be an interesting thing to explore in a story. A setting where everyone is depressed, anxious, jealous, and indifferent to everything going on around them. No one has any motivation to do anything, just going with emotions as their society decays around them. Oh wait, that does exist. It's called Cyberpunk 2077. Starfield isn't about that. This indifference isn't explored, and that's likely because it wasn't intentional. Despite claiming inspiration from and blatantly copying many examples of great works of science fiction, Bethesda doesn't seem to understand even the most fundamental elements of the genre. They probably aren't aware that this would have been a great opportunity to subvert the classic genre trope of humans being dangerously curious. Instead, the story pivots in its second half and starts playing into that trope. This is just a line to be taken at face value, meant only to explain why no one but Constellation is currently interested in these artifacts. Except, even that isn't true because we'll come across many groups who are interested in them. So instead, the collective lethargy for this setting exists for no reason at all, and Constellation is made to look really misinformed about their primary years-long mission as a result.
Hello, Constellation. Are you there?
I want to break away here and do that unfair comparisons thing again by bringing up the game Starfield is borrowing a lot from here, Mass Effect 1. Actually, the comparisons are totally fair on a number of levels. They are both quest for knowledge stories about the player having visions that are linked to some grand existential entity. We get recruited into a clandestine organization that borders on mythical in their setting. We are given a ship, a crew, and are free to tackle our first missions in whatever order we so choose. Even in terms of genre, this is a fair comparison because they are both action RPGs that are the first installments in their respective IPs. Really, the main difference between Starfield and Mass Effect 1 is that 2007 BioWare actually had talented writers. Once BioWare is done establishing the absolute basics of Mass Effect's setting, their first goal is getting the player invested in its characters by way of Joker and Kaidan chit-chatting about the bosses and upper-level politics. It then has Shepard step in, and we are given the opportunity to explore the ship and mingle with the crew. One of those crew members is Jenkins, a bit of a naive kid talking about...
Damn it! God damn it, I get distracted all the time! Oh my god, and I die, and I die, and I die. Ah, you keep getting fucking distracted. It's so annoying.
First, we're a bit distrustful of the guy.
Keep getting distracted and lose right in the last second. It's so annoying.
Decades ago, but he's actually a pretty cool guy, sticking his neck out for us and humanity as a whole.
I should stop doing this,
space cop with virtually unlimited authority, and he gets straight up murdered by one of his colleagues only a few minutes after Jenkins dies. While both of these characters are written out of the story once the introduction ends, they still serve very important roles in establishing the setting, story, and our character, whereas Lynn, Heller, and the other miners are only there to get the artifact into our hands so that we can get abducted by Constellation. So in Mass Effect 1, we're told we've been selected to join the Spectres. In that game, everyone we talk to has some sort of opinion on the Spectres. Joker thinks they're trouble. Presley isn't a fan either. Jenkins thinks they're the coolest thing ever, while Captain Anderson merely sees the political value a human Spectre will provide. We are told they have near unlimited authority so long as they are committed to the task of preserving galactic peace. Spectres can go anywhere and do anything. They are the best of the best, given access to the highest training and equipment available. They are only answerable to one group, the council who rules the entire galaxy. That is a sales pitch. By the end of it, we want to be Spectres. That's when they hit us with the bait and switch. The mission goes to hell, and we are being blocked from joining. We gotta fight and prove ourselves to be given the honor of joining, and even then, it's only by the skin of our teeth it gets approved. Along the way, we start building a crew and relations that will last the entire game.
I will go
we get
back
tons
again.
of world building that all comes back into the story later down the line to pay off in some really unexpected ways. So even if the story intrigue hook didn't catch you, odds are the world or its characters did. Compare that to Starfield's Constellation pitch, where you got Barrett showing up in a ship so old Heller makes fun of it. He's being dogged by some low-life pirates that are characterized as idiots. Constellation's HQ is stuffed in the ass end of New Atlantis in the process of being overtaken by vines. Few of the people we interact with have any opinion on Constellation, and even if they do, it's 50-50 whether they will respect us or call us a bunch of washed-up has-beens. I imagine this is meant to steal our conviction for Constellation's mission because, of course, exploring space is an important goal. We just need to show people why it is. But if you or your character aren't sold on Constellation's mission, then the next best reason for sticking around is pure pragmatism. Something happened when you touched the artifact, and apparently Constellation is the only group investigating what that might be. Might as well stick around and see if they turn something up. Either way, you have to acknowledge that tone of indifference is there. So, in recognizing my own indifference towards this game's main story, I bailed on it the first chance I got. To cut Starfield some slack here, the first half of the main story is really designed to just act as a sampler for the game's side content. Outside of figuring out what the vision was all about, there's really nothing here that's urgent. The Emperor didn't give us his amulet, dragons aren't burning down the countryside, and our son wasn't kidnapped in front of us. Starfield takes it slow, and I really do appreciate that I don't have to repeat my Skyrim script about natural stepping off points for the story. Granted, I don't think structuring the first half of a questline like this is a good excuse to make it boring, but in Bethesda's defense, they didn't really think it was boring. I do think I pulled the plug a bit too early. It seems like the second mission in the storyline is kind of essential as it continues some tutorials, and Sarah Morgan will be fixed as your permanent companion until the mission is complete. However, in the beginning, the only other Constellation companion available is Vasco, so I imagine players are going to be taking Sarah with them if they want a companion. What if they have the info? I spent about 13 hours away from the main quest getting a grasp on Starfield's mechanics and just exploring the settled systems, so I guess now is the time to talk about Starfield's setting. I think Starfield is going to go down as the most inspiring game I'll ever play. That is to say, I found Starfield's world building so underwhelming that it inspired me to finally commit to working on my own science fiction setting. Now, I wasn't being motivated by spite or anything. This was just a little writing exercise I undertook as I collected my thoughts on why I found Starfield's world to be so lacking. The whole process was a lot more enlightening than I was expecting, and it helped me hone in on what the main issue with Starfield's world building is. Already there's a whole bunch of issues with it, such as a lack of any consistency and just not enough world building in general, but those are all symptoms of a bigger issue. Bethesda wanted a science fiction setting that they could tell any story the writers and designers wanted to cram into it. Todd mentioned the fact that the method of travel in a science fiction setting is an important detail, and I agree. In fact, I'd argue it's perhaps the most important detail for a science fiction setting like this. But before doing any world building, you really gotta ask yourself, what sort of stories do I want to tell in this setting? If you selected a genre, then you've already started answering this question whether you know it or not, because genre dictates what sort of stories are going to be viable. This is where inspirations can help. For example, I wanted naval battles to play out like they did during World War II. This meant ship travel in my setting needed to take some time, resources, and planning. If ships could effortlessly travel from one planet to another in a few seconds, naval battles would last a few minutes and would boil down to who got the jump first. I can tell travel time was never something someone at Bethesda seriously considered, or at least no one wrote down any rules for it that other writers and designers were expected to abide by. I believe that question of what sort of stories do I want to tell in this setting was met with an enthusiastic every story. That's not really an answer to this question, though, because the whole point is to find constraints that will guide the writing process. However, Bethesda seems to think restraints are anti-fun, or that creativity can only happen when completely unfettered, which is usually the mentality of someone who doesn't really possess a strong grasp of their craft. In Starfield, grav drives allow ships to instantly jump from one star system to another. Grav jumping only takes a few seconds and it doesn't consume any sort of resources. Basically, traveling between stars is trivial. Sarah goes on a whole thing about how cozy and intimate space travel is, that long cruises are a perfect opportunity to bond with shipmates. This implies some aspect of travel takes time, but seeing as it's not the grav jumping, it must be interplanetary travel then. I mean, with how grav jumping works in this setting, traveling within a star system would be just as trivial. The method would involve jumping to an intermediary planet in another star system and then jumping to the target planet in the original system, but I digress. The way she talks about it makes it sound like traveling within a system could take days, maybe even weeks. Except, this is a setting where wars lasted years, decades even. In order for conflicts to last that long in less than a dozen systems, either travel has to be substantially slower, or all the participants had to be extremely incompetent. The truth is, space travel is as fast or as slow as the individual designer wishes it to be for their little contribution to the game. I even sat down and tried to work out how long traveling between locations takes in-game. That's when I found out traveling is instant. No matter how you do it, whether you're doing it all manually or using fast travel, it's all instant. This is surprising because the only game to not advance time while fast traveling was Fallout 76, and for obvious reasons. This is likely due to the discrepancy between local time and universal time in this game. Local time is measured by the rotation of the planet the player is currently on, whereas universal time is measured by the rotation of Earth. Most game systems seem to refer to universal time, such as shops restocking their inventory. The only systems that refer to local time are the day-night cycles on a planet, and oddly enough, sleeping and waiting. Yeah, you can go to Venus, which has a really slow rotational speed, and sleep for something like 11 Earth days in a single Venusian day. I don't know why fast traveling couldn't just be measured in universal time. But now we have the irony of a game that makes a huge deal about giving us a watch, not knowing how to keep its own internal clock consistent. Because no one seriously considered the implications the grav drives introduce, we're left with tons of plot holes. Like, why are we limited to the 100 settled systems? If humans can pretty much instantly teleport around the galaxy, shouldn't most of the galaxy be settled? Why doesn't the UC just teleport their entire fleet to the Crick system and overwhelm the Crimson Fleet in a single surprise attack? Or likewise, why doesn't the Crimson Fleet just pool all their ships together and start teleporting around the settled systems, deleting the different isolated defense forces? They'd be able to do it so quickly that they'd be able to kill most of their enemies before those factions realize they were even under attack. And that's just the grav drives. If we really want to see a lack of thought when it comes to world building, we only need to look at Starfield's cities. So I gotta ask, where are all the people? New Atlantis is meant to be the largest population center in the settled systems, and yet the bulk of its population lives in 4 quote-unquote skyscrapers.
Pride of humanity. It's sad. Sad? It's gorgeous. Just look at it.
No, I mean, yes. More that there was a time when Earth had dozens, hundreds of cities like this. Paris, DC, Shanghai, and now...
My teacher said we lost billions when the Earth fell. And we really haven't fully recovered yet.
Maybe one day. Oh, Earth must have been extraordinary.
Where is this elemental?
It has an equal number of landing pads, which we as the player have permanent claim to one of. No, the landing pad issue is even funnier when you consider Neon has 2 landing pads. 2 landing pads for a whole city. A tourist city at that. There's a quest where our ship gets impounded and we can't leave. So I guess everyone waiting for that one pad will just have to wait in orbit. Oh, maybe that's what Sarah was referring to. Space travel takes a while because you gotta sit in orbit waiting for a parking spot. These cities, they just suck. It's just plain and simple. Bethesda has sacrificed a lot to make them work, such as radiant AI and giving every NPC a place to rest their head at night. So we're back to Morrowind NPCs where shopkeepers will stand there running their stores 24/7. Granted, I kind of appreciate it as a player, though I think having automated kiosks when the vendor is sleeping would have been a more elegant solution. We do have spawning nameless NPCs wandering the cities, which does help make them feel livelier. However, I can't shake this uncanny disbelief when I'm not seeing things like schools, grocery stores, or city services. Where's the rows with, you know, vehicles.
one-shot
New
me.
Atlantis has a light rail system, but it's completely unnecessary for a
I
settlement
think
of
my
its size.
explosion
I had a
blew
weird
something
moment
else
when I
like a
realized
grenade
I
up.
didn't see a single construction site in this game. Like, New Atlantis has a major housing crisis. People are forced to live in the dingy basement of the city due to a lack of affordable housing, and yet no one is building any new housing. New Atlantis is supposed to be this bustling commercial hub, and yet it looks like its economy is in a depression due to a lack of new home construction. It was jarring to say the least when I played Cyberpunk 2077
Wow.
after Starfield, and I saw tons of construction sites in Night City, in a setting that could be classified as post-apocalyptic. Even in Dogtown, a part of the city that was abandoned by the legitimate powers, there were still some projects going on thanks to its ruthless mayor. Honestly, in a setting like this, cities likely wouldn't be all that big. Instead, most people would live on independent homesteads all across these planets. Planets like Jemison would be inundated with places like Hopetown and Wagner Farm. There's even a generic civilian outpost that can spawn with the POI system, but they're actually pretty rare spawns. Now, you might be thinking, Bethesda can't make true-to-scale cities in a game like this, and that's exactly my point. They couldn't do a game at this scale justice. A game where you can freely explore 1,000 fully scaled planets with writing that implies a population in the millions or billions, but it has shopping malls for cities. It's kind of strange that this is the game Bethesda finally embraced the open city concept that modders have been putting into their games for years. A game where your only method of travel is fast travel. A game where you will never be approaching these cities from any direction except a landing pad. This is the game that lets you seamlessly walk into a city from outside its walls. You know, people like to pick on Skyrim cities, and while I think it is warranted to some extent, like Solitude really is just a sad capital city, I still think Skyrim is pretty consistent. It's not just the size of its cities in proportion to its landmass, but also the contrast between cities and small villages like Rorikstead. There's also that single continuous map that allows for seamless traveling so that you can get a better sense of the scale of its world. Bethesda went into Starfield stuck in the mentality of building its cities at the scale of Skyrim when no other aspect of Starfield's design is at such a scale. This, coupled with the aforementioned draft drive conundrum, makes the history of these settled systems with its numerous wars read like fanfiction. I basically settled on the headcanon hope that the recent colony wars was so destructive that most of the human population in these settled systems died, which also has the added benefit of explaining the depressed economy. Really though, Emma was likely more interested in badly missing the point of Donnie Brasco with this Crimson Cringe questline than he was writing a lore bible for Starfield. So what we see on Starfield's website is likely all the design work that went into this game's setting. After we track down and rescue a UC Vanguard captain with Sarah and make off with his artifact, we are given the task of wrangling Constellation's cats. Well, really, we just gotta track down Barrett and Andreja. But Sam ends up falling into this mandatory companion quest structure too in order for him to be unlocked as a full-blown follower, so we can lump him in there. We also get introduced to Vladimir during this freeform section.
Former Crimson Fleet. An old jackalbones would be the term for it, back in my day. Left that life behind me. Even before I signed up with Constellation, I was retired.
When you sign up with the Crimson Fleet, you're in it for the long haul. No one quits. No one retires. The only way out is death.
Come to mock me before you twist the blade? Want the grim?
Vlad is perhaps the most important person at Constellation during this questline, as he's the guy operating the Eye, their deep space satellite station doing scans for more artifacts and temples. During one of my New Game Plus runs, every member of Constellation was replaced with an alternate universe version of myself, and the only member to have their contribution accounted for was Vlad's, and that was by replacing him with a table. Yeah, the characters in Constellation, they don't really do a whole lot. Outside of the first 2 artifacts, the player is the one to acquire and deliver the remaining 22. One of the major problems is that once these people are introduced as recruitable companions, the quest designers couldn't dare take them away from us, unless it's to try cashing in on some under-demotional response. This means all their major contributions have to occur before they land in our party. However, they couldn't do too much because this is a quest for knowledge story after all. Can't have all those answers being found before the player shows up. It's actually funny because we can totally shit on their parade on subsequent New Game Plus runs by showing up and literally explaining everything to them.
Saw Sovereign. The cipher. A Prothean beacon. I'm sorry, this is all a bit overwhelming. I need a moment to collect myself. I have spent most of my adult life investigating the Prothean extinction. Decades of intense academic study and field research. And for what? I never thought it would end like this. You show up and tell me all the answers just fell into your lap. It isn't fair. All those years wasted.
There's a rogue Spectre out there looking to destroy the galaxy. So quit whining and help me stop him, or I'll drop your ass back in that volcano.
I am sorry, Commander. I don't know what came over me.
In their defense, none of the members get annoyed with us showing up and spoiling the whole quest line. However, that's kind of a problem, actually. Like, they've spent years of their lives investigating these things, and we just pop up and explain it all in one conversation. I'm not saying Sarah ought to throw a tantrum, but a little disappointment in her voice would go a long way in telling that she was, actually interested in solving this mystery. I guess we should finally talk about our friends here. It's not that they aren't interesting characters, mostly. In fact, I actually thought Sarah had some genuine depth to her, especially by Bethesda standards. The problem is that you really gotta pull it out of them. If you aren't committed to each of these characters being your full-time companion, they come across as the most bland, uninteresting group to ever inhabit a Bethesda game. Secrets, intrigue, and just getting to know characters on a deeply personal level is, of course, a great way to build drama and make characters interesting. The problem is, without that, these characters are dreadfully boring. It's like none of them possess a personality until we've gotten their affinity rating to a certain point. Then suddenly a switch flips in their head and they finally remember that they are, people with emotions. Everyone here loves each other. Constellation is just one big quirky family where even the disagreements are playful and always civil. Everyone gets along, everyone is there for one another, everyone is 100% committed to Constellation's mission, and most importantly, everyone belongs. Constellation truly is the wet dream of corporate HR departments everywhere. You know what I liked about Ashley in Mass Effect 1? She was abrasive. That was one of the functions she served on the ship. She was meant to help avoid this issue Constellation has with looking like a cult. Due to her background, she had concerns about the aliens on the ship, which presented a management challenge the player could attempt to navigate. In doing so, it revealed that not everyone in this setting was homogenous. You were free to disagree with her, which only helped to add more depth to Shepard as a character. The player could also kick her off the ship in the most cathartic way possible. If she ruffled your feathers, yeah, that was kind of the point. The only character who seems to do any sort of boat rocking is Barrett, and that's mostly because he's just eccentric, I guess. I don't know, Barrett struck me as the type of guy who smokes a little weed and then just sits on popular science subreddits. He's the kind of guy who listens to a bunch of Alan Watts presentations and suddenly considers himself an expert on Eastern philosophy. He's the kind of guy who would lie about doing psychedelics. That would have actually been an interesting premise for a quest. Going to Neon and getting high on Aurora with Barrett just for funsies. Kind of like that mission in Red Dead Redemption 2 where we get drunk with Lenny. There's a reason people latched onto that mission and Lenny as a character. It was a fun, low-stakes thing, just getting drunk with a friend. Rockstar didn't just beat us over the head telling us, these are your friends, say hello to all your friends. They showed the relationships within the gang. Granted, that is easier to do with a defined character like Arthur, but it's certainly not impossible to write dialogue lines for the player that allows them to define their relationship with the people in Constellation. Bethesda does a lot of telling with these characters. They will frequently ask to chat after following you around for a while, and then they will proceed to chew your ear off for 10 minutes at a time. Once again, Bethesda writers just aren't very good, and character dialogue, especially in personal chats like this, are some of the hardest things to pull off as a writer. So a lot of these conversations are bloviated with unnecessary or repetitive details. Like, yeah, it's realistic. We often don't realize how circuitous we truly are in conversations, but the art of writing dialogue is to create the illusion of that imprecision while still keeping the writing punchy enough so as not to bog the audience down. If I wasn't recording these conversations for this video, I would have absolutely been speed reading the subtitles and skipping to the next line. I guess this is how they managed to hit 250,000 dialogue lines. Anyways, going back to Barrett, the writers tried way too hard to make him seem eccentric without actually making him abrasive. He'll playfully rock the boat sometimes, but he doesn't actually challenge the status quo in Constellation, making him more annoying than anything else. Also, his best moments always conveniently happen off-screen, having the effect of making him come across as a liar. He also has no real character arc, even after completing his companion mission to clear the name of his deceased husband. He already moved past his grief, so his quest really comes across as him just trying to epic-style own the mining company that did his husband dirty. On the flip side, we got Sarah Morgan, who is actually kind of an emotional wreck beneath the surface. She's got some serious trauma owed to a horrific incident while she was in command of a ship during the Colony Wars. She was separated from her crew as they were all abandoning ship. The crew disappeared and were presumed dead while she was stranded on a remote planet for a year until being rescued. It's the kind of thing that would make most people terrified of getting onto another ship, but she carried on, leaving the UC Navy and winding up in Constellation. I feel I owe her a bit of an apology. Leading up to Starfield's release, I was convinced she was going to be another Delphine. In my defense, she does come across as a ballbuster in the opening scene as she barks at Vasco and interrogates us, but she pretty much thaws out completely by the end of the conversation. However, Bethesda continuously mishandled her character, and I think that soured a lot of people on her. During the mission to find that UC Vanguard captain, we gotta shake down a barkeeper for info. He wants us to pay the captain's tab before he'll give us the intel, but Sarah kinda just goes off on him, coming across like she's being completely unreasonable. However, I think the voice actor for the bartender actually just got bad direction in the booth, so he made the character sound too reasonable and sympathetic.
Look, nothing more I'd love than to help out a fellow Martian. Especially one that's missing. But,
He has a tab, and you don't know if he's coming back.
it's a lot of credits, okay? I let it slide for a long time because he's a regular, but if I'm not all that money, I got problems. What do you say? Last time he was here, Moera kept yelling about the Lady of Love, singing songs, all that kind of thing.
Venus? That's only one planet. Hardly an entire patrol route.
I got what I got, okay?
Fine. We'll make do.
I think he was supposed to come across as confrontational here, and Sarah was meant to only be reciprocating. It would be in line with pretty much every other character that tries strong-arming us in Starfield, and plus, there's no way this guy is running a bar in Sidonia with such a soft demeanor.
I've done this routine. Let's skip to the part where you admit you're lying about what he owes.
You calling me a liar? I'll throw both of you out of this bar right now.
Oh, please. Two strangers arrived from off-world asking for information only you have. You've seen an opportunity. Everyone always does. Lower the price. Don't think we can't find another way to get what we want.
Fine.
Now, if this was a game where characters were frequently shown to be emotionally gaslighting us, then I could buy this performance just being a front and Sarah being sappy and seeing through it. But I just think the actor did a performance and the Bethesda director listening in didn't correct them. Another instance of Sarah flying off the handle was when I was running the UC quest line and I decided to use some aliens to address an issue with an invasive species as opposed to releasing an experimental microbe. To my surprise, Sarah bit my head off, even hitting me with an unironic trust the science.
Well, I'm disappointed that you didn't trust the science.
I'll just assume this line was written before 2020. I was genuinely surprised because I assumed she would be in favor of this conservative approach because only a few quests ago she was saying how we shouldn't be looking to unseal potentially dangerous research. As well, the whole quest line seemed to be making a point about how dangerous rushed science can be. That's when she explained the alien approach was going to take decades to work, a detail no one actually told me during the questline. So once again, Sarah was being made to look irrational because someone at Bethesda bungled key details. And then you got her companion quest, and once again, key details makes her and the UC Navy look really bad. When she crash landed, she managed to locate the escape vessel of her crew, but it was way too far for her to reach. She recorded the coordinates on a computer, but she had to shut it down in order to conserve power for her rescue beacon, so the plot considered those coordinates lost. However, she could have just, written them down, or even committed them to memory. She's a smart woman after all. I think she can memorize a set of coordinates. She and the Navy did not attempt a search and rescue after her rescue, which once again makes both parties look really bad. However, I just do not buy Sarah would not have immediately gotten her own ship and attempted to rescue herself. This is just your typical player-centric Bethesda writing. Of course, this woman who has been racked with guilt and doubt wouldn't go search for her lost crew until the Divine Player came along. It bothers me because she's actually an interesting character with a decent arc and a cool companion mission that, for once, actually leverages Starfield's setting to some degree. I even ended up romancing her. Well, not the Overseer, but my second character, Mr. John Halo from the hit TV series streaming now on Paramount+. The romances in this game are about as awkward and cringe as I could have expected, but to be fair, I've never seen a game do romance well, so I'm not holding this against Bethesda here. But yeah, Sarah was my go-to companion for both playthroughs, meaning she was slated to canonically die in both of those runs. You see, Bethesda made the bold decision to kill off the companion who had the highest affinity rating during the first run through the main quest. I guess the thinking was that the highest rated companion would be the player's favorite, but that's a big assumption to make. The only reason that happened to be true in my instance was because all the companions are identical in terms of combat effectiveness, and Sarah's the first human companion to land in your party. Had Sam Coe been the default companion, I guarantee he'd been knocked off in the first playthrough despite being my least favorite. So poor Sarah got knocked off twice. Both times the heartfelt cutscene completely bugged out, so that Barrett kept teleporting around the scene as he cried over Sarah's body. In the case of Mr. John Halo, his dead wife remained his assigned companion, even remaining on the crew roster. I even tried to use console commands to fix the bug, but alas. This pretty much soft-locked that character and killed his playthrough. Now don't let my compliments of Sarah make you think I was attached to her. Let me put it this way. I was one of those people who got teary-eyed when my horse got killed at the end of Red Dead 2.
Sick of getting one
Meanwhile,
shot
I wore
all
Sarah's
the
outfit
time.
to her funeral and used my eulogy of her to emotionally manipulate my Constellation companions to get ready for war with the Starborn. The audacity of the designers to actually give us a full-blown funeral service for a dead companion was so bewildering that it inadvertently became the funniest moment in the entire game for me. Starfield really is a so bad it's good type of media.
I thought when the funeral was over, when everyone went home that night, that it was over. Turns out, sometimes you need more.
What was that? Oh my god. Ooh.
Dusty. Dusty. Let's talk.
I will say this, that the game sticks to the original vision. That took longer than I wanted. But I'd say about halfway through the project, you realize this is why nobody tries to make this game.
Like I said, Sam's my least favorite. He has the remarkable trait of being upstaged by everyone related to his story. His daughter, his ex, his estranged father, all of these people are far more interesting than Sam is. His case isn't helped by having the stink of Aquila imprinted on his DNA as his ancestor founded the infernal city that I could not be bothered to visit when quests didn't force me there. So I wasn't thrilled to have a character that constantly reminded me of the place because his 23andMe was the only thing people like to talk about. His only defining trait that isn't the cowboy LARP everyone from Aquila is saddled with is that he's a single father. Like, I get Bethesda's target demo are emotionally unsatisfied millennial dads trying to figure out how to be a father figure in the digital age, but for those of us who can't self-insert into Sam's shoes, he's just boring. Like Barrett, he also lacks a character arc. He doesn't grow at the end of his quest. Literally everyone else in his life does, which helps change his circumstances with no emotional effort on his part. That's because he's so flat that he has no rough edges that needed to be addressed.
Geologically, this place is quite interesting.
It's so annoying. That's the Bethesda I know.
Don't come any closer. Identify yourself.
Goddamn NPC. It's like some kind of nightmare fuel.
Unusual
Fucking bad trip, man.
Have you lost your mind?
Have you lost your
Is
mind?
there even a mind to lose?
No. No, it's an AI going nuts. There's no line
Have
to
you
lose.
lost
No.
your mind? Is
There's no
there
line
even
to
a
lose,
mind
no.
to lose?
No, there's no line
Good
to
enough,
lose.
I
no.
guess.
Sure.
You are in no position to tell me what I need right now.
I don't
You have
care what you have
murdered
to say.
an innocent person. You cannot do that.
Says
What
you.
about that dude in the cave?
I asked you to keep that quiet for reasons which I quite clearly explained to you. Unusual circumstances.
Andresia's an interesting character, pretty much owed exclusively to the fact that the faction she's meant to represent was either cut or never implemented into the game. I think it's rather telling how much of a non-entity House Varun is in Starfield when Google's suggested search autocompletes with a completely wrong spelling of the name. So where Sarah and Sam get to endure the burden of having their characters being tarnished by the UC and FSC quest lines, Andresia's character gets a nice lift thanks to her faction's lack of existence, keeping players from being disappointed. In Andresia's case, the bloated, meandering discussions with her actually serve a narrative purpose. This is because she's trying to hide the fact that she was an agent for House Faroon sent to spy on Constellation. Her cover was blown by Sarah and Vlad, and rather than kicking her out of Constellation, they all agreed to keep Andresia's background a secret, probably because it would reflect really poorly on Sarah and Vlad that she was able to successfully infiltrate the group. Okay, actually, I think the implication is that Sarah and Vlad pitied her or something. I don't know, is that any better? Her companion quest is also just not that great. I'll admit, I did skip it and just watch someone playing it on YouTube, but that's probably the best way to experience it because even condensed down, it's still incoherent. It pretty much apes off of Sarah's quest, losing itself in some drama about finding some smuggler friends of Andresia's. It tries to pull together the frayed threads House Faroon left behind, but there just isn't enough there to weave into a story. I honestly suspect Andresia was on the chopping block leading up to release, considering we didn't even see her during the trailers, instead being upstaged by Walter, Noel, and Mateo. Which, speaking of, like, okay, I get Walter as the money man, but he really does not fit in with the group. He's not a scientist, he's not an explorer, and he's not a field operative. He just kinda hangs around the lodge making pointed remarks and teasing Mateo like some sort of silly uncle. And everyone kinda humors him because without his cash, they'd all have to get real jobs. To his credit, he does leave the lodge once to go out on a mission with us. Too bad it's the worst mission in the entire quest line. We head over to Neon with him to act as his backup as he tries to purchase an artifact from a sketchy seller. This is one of those quests that don't change during New Game Plus, so we're forced to do the whole investigative portion again despite the fact that our character should already know about the buyer's background and that a rival CEO owns the artifact. However, someone at Bethesda really loved the idea of locking us in an elevator so we can read their meme reference from 2018. Neon is the epitome of Bethesda's self-indulgence in this game. If the point of Neon was like it's Hollywood, where everyone is fake and the game is actually making a point how we should find this place and all of its people absolutely detestable, then I'd respect it more. However, it's just a dollar store knockoff of Cyberpunk's Night City, shamelessly stuffed into a game that has the soul of a product made by a bunch of corporate sellouts. There is nothing punk about Starfield. The UC questline ends with the player joining the 1% in New Atlantis and getting an exclusive penthouse that overlooks the plebs below. This is a game that won't even show us touching and kissing our spouses. Hey, remember how Fallout 4 had different visual and audio effects for all of its drugs? Well, despite having 3 times the number of drugs, Starfield ditched all of that because we can't have an M-rated game encourage in-game drug use. Where Aquila City is just implausible, Neon is genuinely insulting the player's intelligence. It assumes we are as ignorant of the cyberpunk genre as Bethesda is. It's only using it for aesthetic, which is so antithetical to the genre, it's genuinely shocking to see. It's like someone proudly admitting they only watch Saving Private Ryan for the action scenes and they always fast forward the talking parts. Like, yeah, those people exist, but they usually have enough self-awareness to never admit that because it's genuinely disrespectful to say that about a movie that so obviously has a deeper, heartfelt meaning about a heavy subject. However, Bethesda has no self-awareness. They will copy things they do not understand just so that a couple of designers can make some shitty quests with the aesthetic. Just fuck Neon. I was warned by several people to not even touch the Ryujin questline after they heard me going off on Neon like this. So, like, I generally have to play up me getting heated when talking about something that genuinely ticked me off when playing a game just because, you know, the time span between experiencing it and finally recording the narration is measured in months. I've been playing Cyberpunk 2077 recently, though, and looking at a game like that with so much soul and so much to say being shamelessly copied by something like Neon genuinely has me seeing red again. Cyberpunk is a game that challenges the player to look inwards, where Starfield challenges the player to even keep their brain turned on. Neon truly is the monument to all of Bethesda's arrogance. So, let's just move on. Noelle is kind of the keeper of the lodge. She does a lot of the admin work and is also the resident biologist. Unfortunately for her character, her area of expertise is completely unrepresented in the story except for the time when she scans us after we get our first space powers so she can confirm that the temple changed our physiology. I think the designers either forgot to give her an actual role in the story, or more likely that role had to be taken away mid-development. I assumed she was going to be used as a quest giver or something, but Vlad took that role instead. She does offer cash for any organic samples we bring her, which makes me suspect she was going to give out Radiant quests before the Constellation mission board was implemented. It's possible, considering those boards were the work of the Dallas team once again, so the designers in Maryland might not have known that feature was coming, and when it was delivered, they had to gut Noel's role. Vlad also buys survey data, likely a vestigial element of his former role of dishing out Constellation Radiant jobs too. It's a shame, out of all the members in Constellation, she had the most potential for character development thanks to her youth and being a homebody at the Lodge. They really could have done anything with her. Instead, you could cut her from the game entirely and almost not miss a beat. Mateo is only slightly more essential than Noel in that he has one moment in the story where he directs us to the head guy of his religion to ask about unity. And yeah, that's really all he does. His main role is to just act as the token theist of the group to remind everyone that everything we're seeing could be God or angels. The problem is that no one else in Constellation seems to believe in any sort of deity. Well, except for Andreasha, and the fact that those two don't butt heads constantly is another example that Andreasha was probably close to being cut. As a result, Mateo seems even more out of place than Walter. It would have been neat if he actually possessed some genuine wisdom and understanding of the human condition and pretty much played the role of the group's moral guide or something, but no. He's stepping on Noel's turf of being another young, inexperienced member who is kind of just there for the ride. He does go do some field work off camera, so at least he isn't lodge-bound like Noel, but still, his contribution to the story is dubious at best. He really could have just been replaced by someone in the lodge going, "Hey, I heard that Keeper Aquilus guy from the Universum going on about Unity." While Starfield really tries to upsell the big mystery surrounding the artifacts and the thrill of finding those answers, it really falls flat when those answers are just dropped into our lap because we stuck to doing what this questline is really about, and that's collecting artifacts and space powers. After escaping Neon with Walt and his artifacts, we get ambushed by a Starborn who is later
I know, I'm
emissary,
sorry,
who is
but
actually the alternate universe.
I disliked the story immediately when I was like, oh, cool, finally they're getting away from the magic and the nuclear fallout stuff and the radiation stuff, and they're like going to weird. It's like during the day you can't see this, but at night you can. It's interesting. Or no, maybe they just made it different. Nice. Try to get really good fucking gear.
This meeting is the writers doing that whole "the mystery thickens" thing. However, if you're at all genre savvy and you've caught on to the patterns of Starfield's writing, then you'll probably be able to deduce that the Starborn are just extra-dimensional humans and this is a multiverse story. After the frankly meaningless meeting with the emissary, because our objective remains the same, keep collecting the artifacts, we have a big meeting at the lodge so everyone can speculate what the Starborn are. If you've caught on that no one in Constellation is allowed to ever be truly informed about the big mystery, then by process of elimination you'll end up on the multiverse trope, as it's the only applicable sci-fi trope no one at the table mentions. Yes, it really is that easy to solve the big mystery. This is the point where the main story can begin to deviate during New Game Plus. During the encounter with the emissary, they will recognize us as Starborn and ask why we're repeating the main quest. Actually, the emissary takes it a step further, accusing us of unfairly meddling with another universe. I didn't expect this, or the fact that I could either come clean with Walt and everyone else on my ship that I was a Starborn, or gaslight them and tell them that the emissary is just spreading misinformation. The only problem was, we were doing this in my Starborn ship that I'd been using the entire game, while dressed in my Starborn armor. Throughout the main quest, I was using Starborn checks that normally blindsided my companions because the checks often made me seem prophetic. The meeting with the emissary would have been the perfect opportunity for them to finally connect the dots and put me in a really awkward and difficult situation. However, the designers can't do that because they need Constellation to continue working with us so we can keep collecting artifacts and reach new universes. So rather than being the point where I could finally get on board with the multiverse thing and say it was all worth it, this ended up being the point that I gave up on Starfield entirely. There were so many fascinating topics this story could have covered. the morality of meddling with alternate universes, the value of universes that are copies of one another, what makes something genuine, just so many topics you don't normally see a science fiction story exploring, especially one in a video game. However, that would mean making Starfield about something, and as I keep pointing out, Bethesda was literally incapable of doing that. It was a mistake tying us to Constellation for each new universe. Really, we should have actually had 3 major routes for New Game Plus. Siding with Constellation, siding with the Starborn, or going it alone. The ultimate objective of every universe is to collect all the artifacts, build the armillary, and then use it to reach the Unity so we can jump to a new universe. All the Starborn are in on this game, and the big reveal is that each universe is really just a playground for the Starborn as they fight for access to the Unity. Why do they want to reach the Unity? Because it's the gateway to endless power. Each universe resets to before any of the temples have been plundered for their power. If you reach a new universe, you can collect more artifacts and collect more space magic. The player also has the added incentive of repeating quests that award the most XP in the game, essentially giving them a way to farm character level ups. Bethesda almost made a really interesting faction here. The Starborn are basically a whole faction of Bethesda protagonist players. They're just a bunch of metagaming tryhards. The Emissary wants to gatekeep the Unity so that only the worthy can use it because they are seeing what the free-for-all competition keeps doing to each universe. Their counterpart, the Hunter, is simply the best tryhard in this game, using Constellation to continuously farm the artifacts so he can stay on top of the leaderboard. He is so deep into the game he doesn't realize he needs to go outside and touch some grass. No, seriously, that's the conclusion his enlightened version of himself, Keeper Aquilus, says in a more roundabout way. This is actually a pretty clever meta-story. It's certainly a whole lot better than the usual meta-story in games that knock on the fourth wall going, hey, isn't it crazy we're playing a video game? Instead of relying on the fourth wall, all of Starfield's sadly busted logic is contained within its universe. So you kind of have to look at the big picture and see what's going on. I kind of enjoyed the premise, especially as I became a metagaming tryhard myself because that's what Starfield's busted design turned me into. Granted, in conjunction with the rest of this game, this premise kind of comes across like Bethesda having a massive identity crisis as they try to come to terms with people reducing their games down to a bunch of cynical gameplay loops. The big bungle is that Bethesda made it so that we are always at odds with the other Starborn. We are given the opportunity to side with the Emissary or the Hunter, but that's only at the end, and it still results in us fighting all the nameless Starborn. Siding with one of them just gives us another companion for the final dungeon. How it really should play out is that we can either go repeat the main quest or do the main quest skip at Constellation same as it is now. Or we can seek out the Emissary and help them with their mission, or we seek out the Hunter and team up with him to gather the artifacts for ourselves so we can keep gaining powers. Or we go it alone and use our metagaming knowledge to snipe all the artifacts before Constellation. Sure, all of these new scenarios would require a bit of finagling to make them work, but that's only a problem for the designers at Bethesda. This multiverse thing was their big plan from the beginning of the game, and they still couldn't be bothered to give us truly divergent options for repeating universes. Instead, they spent their time making 10 different meme intros you have a chance of seeing when entering the lodge for the first time, like My Clones, or an alternate universe where Sarah Morgan is a potted plant. I will admit, I was genuinely surprised when I was able to use my Starborn checks to convince everyone we had to move the artifacts out of the lodge. This ends up saving the companion who would normally die when the Hunter raids the lodge. I just can't help but lament over the missed opportunity to let us join the Hunter in another universe and raid Constellation with him, killing everyone and taking their artifacts for ourselves. I might sound evil, but yeah, that's kind of the point. The writers were dying to show us that repeating universes just to farm XP and magic makes us no better than the Hunter. However, we have a guaranteed way to do it without dirtying our hands with the blood of innocence, making the writer's judgment here completely nil. Making a raid on Constellation the absolute quickest way to repeat universes would actually sell that idea. Instead, siding with the Hunter at the end of the game does fuck all. I should know, I sided with him almost every time purely out of spite. Not that it mattered. After the first 2 runs, I won every persuasion attempt at the end of the game, which let me skip the final boss battle entirely. But before we get to talking about the final mission, yes, we're already up to that, Starfield's main quest is pretty short. Let's talk about the temples themselves. It's truly a testament to how abysmal these things are when you got several mods already out there seeking to either cut down their tedium or cut them all together. Remember, we still don't have official modding tools, and yet people still found a way to hack them out of the game. There are 24 temples in each universe, each one giving a unique power. However, it's not a straightforward process to collect them all in one universe because we are given some bad advice to visit all the temples we have unlocked prior to the final encounter at the last temple. This means we won't have all the artifacts, which means Vlad won't be able to locate all the temples, which means we will be coming up short. Once you've taken care of the emissary and the hunter and have all the artifacts, everyone starts pushing you to build the armillary and head off to the Unity. No one directs you to chat with Vlad again so he can give you all the remaining temple locations that are linked to the artifacts you picked up from the buried temple. So you can accidentally get duped out of almost half of the powers in a universe because Bethesda got sloppy here. Shout out to Patrician TV who solved this conundrum early on and gave me a heads up to save the temples until the end when I had all the artifacts. Unfortunately for us both, I'm bad at following good advice, so I ended up falling into the same exact universe loop he did as I chased.
Are you gonna fire here or?
Although in doing so, I proved Pat right that this is a very easy trap to fall into because now we had 2 veteran Bethesda players falling prey to the same bad advice. Fortunately, Bethesda RNG showed me mercy and gave me all my powers after the 4th or 5th universe. And then that's of course when I realized what Pat meant about saving the artifact until the end and I felt pretty stupid. In my defense though, I kept running universes after that. You see, I was on a mission to see at least one of the meme universes. And I wish I had been recording my microphone at the time because I literally jumped out of my chair and started cheering when I finally got the clone universe. Perhaps the best universe for my overseer character to land on, narratively speaking. After running 10 universes, we were both reduced to degenerate metagamers. She just wanted one of the universes to send her back to a better game in Fallout 76. I just wanted the meme universe that lets you recruit yourself as a companion. First, I'd hit up the lodge, talk to Sarah, spoil the main quest for everyone in Constellation, go into the basement and scavenge for some starting guns. Then I'd hit up Vlad, who would give me the location of the 6 Radiant Dungeon artifacts, while Sarah ran the main quest and collected those artifacts, while still in my party. Actually, there's about a dozen reasons why no one but the player are supposed to be able to collect the main quest artifacts, but getting into that would involve talking about those garbage quests, and frankly, it's not worth it. Just trust me. Sarah pulling these artifacts out of thin air makes no sense, and the writers didn't even bother to try to explain it. The Radiant Dungeon artifacts are funny because they are tied to your save file, meaning there will always be the same 6 dungeons in each universe, even though there's several more dungeons that could contain an artifact. You know, just in case this wasn't repetitive enough. So for me, it meant clearing an empty cave, another cave but with turrets, a cryo lab, a UC listening post, a robotics facility, and an abandoned mine. This is such a repetitive process that not only can I list those dungeons from memory, I can even mentally trace out the routes through them. Like, I can't even do that for Bleak Falls Barrow or Vilverin. The sad truth is that this is perhaps the most interesting part of the process too, as it requires some adapting as my guns were changing with each run. The second universe, I got some crazy powerful pistol that let me one-shot most enemies. Other times, I just had to make do with suboptimal equipment and rely on my space magic. It definitely put a new spin on how I was playing Starfield
in our science game.
Skyrim and Fallout 4 being a fun new way to play those games. Once I had all the dungeon artifacts, Sarah would give me the ones she'd collected, and this is when I'd start running temples. Really, I should have rushed to defeat the emissary and hunter, but like I said, I was doing this the stupid way. The temple process would involve fast traveling to the Eye, talking to Vlad, which usually meant waiting for one of his idle animations to stop playing, fast traveling to the temple location, looking around for the temple, and then running in a straight line as I popped a personal atmosphere to give myself unlimited stamina. Find the door, enter the temple. The temple puzzle is shockingly buggy for something the player could conceivably do 24 times 10 times if they want every power at its max rank. I had temples that were always dark, I had my flying animation break so my character looked like she was constantly falling, I had the power absorption animation break. None of those bugs compared to the annoying bugs with the motes of light we are meant to collect. Usually the first 3 motes were fine, but after a point the game wouldn't register I was touching them, causing them to expire because they move around the chamber on a timer. If this bug affected one mote, it often meant it was going to affect a few more. So this usually added an extra minute to some temples, and you know, when you're clearing 14 of these in a row, that's kind of annoying. I also had one break entirely, and I just had to reload the game and start the puzzle over again. For anyone who might try patching this, I suspect it's a collision physics glitch owed to a high frame rate in these chambers. Believe me, I have some experience with these sorts of bugs in recent Bethesda games.
Actually, this interior is having that issue now too, where like one of my directional inputs just doesn't work. Why is this a... How is this a bug? Like, I'm holding backwards right now. It took a good 5 seconds for my character to start walking backwards.
Oh, you know.
What is this? What is this? I think it
There's
only...
a lot of things going on in the server right now, okay?
It only... But it only affects first person. If I go third person, I can move around freely.
After each temple, you get ambushed by a Starborn, which, like, who are these people? Actually, these Starborns are called Guardians, except they're identical to the generic Starborn who would occasionally jump us when collecting generic dungeon artifacts. But my question still stands. Who are these generic Starborn? Why are they allowed to materialize out of thin air? I got all 24 powers and none of them allow me to do that. Why do they attack me and none of the other Starborn? You of course aren't meant to think about any of this. These guys are just here for us to kill so we can convert them into mana potions. It's just, after killing over 100 of them in the exact same ambushes, I'm kinda left with nothing else to ponder except their nature. After I'd cleared my 14 temples, I'd go meet the Hunter and the Emissary who are always waiting in the same exact place we met in Universe 1 after I learned about Unity from one of the worst quests. No, I'm not going to talk about the Unity quest. Here I'd pick who I was going to side with during the final dungeon. The Emissary, the Hunter, or neither. Then I'd head over to the Buried Temple for one final showdown where, one way or another, I'd get all the pieces the Emissary and the Hunter were collecting along with the final artifact. Then it was back to my ship where I'd construct the Armillary, and then it was off to the Unity where I'd talk to an alternate universe version of myself and jump to the next universe to do it all over again. Alright, fuck it, let's talk
Your
about
skill
the Unity
has
quest.
increased.
During his raid on the Lodge, the Hunter name drops Unity for the express intent of jogging Mateo's memory. You see, the raid wasn't to steal our artifacts. It was to give Constellation the final piece of the puzzle so they could collect the last few artifacts, because the Hunter has his metagaming strat down to a science. It's this whole convoluted process of manipulating Constellation into doing all the hard work of collecting the artifacts, and then he'd swoop in, murder everyone for real, and make off with the pieces. If only he'd known all he had to do was get a Constellation watch for $299.99, and then he could have just told Sarah where all the pieces were, and they'd all go do the hard work anyways. Wait, why do I keep the Constellation? Once the multiverse cat is out of the bag, the game's writing really just takes a nosedive. And that's not to say everything leading up to this quest was airtight, but Bethesda was just not at all up to the task of doing a multiverse story. It truly is the aspiration of bad writers everywhere to one day do a multiverse or time travel story because they conflate confusing the audience with making their story interesting. I'm sorry, but when I need a flowchart to explain the order of events of your story, you didn't produce something interesting. All you did was fail as a storyteller. But assholes like me can't help ourselves but make videos explaining these dumb plot points and so on and on.
Switch over to Mortal.
Mateo points us to Keeper Aquilus, who is also the Hunter and might also be the Pilgrim he sends us to go seek out. Okay, so each of the major Starborn in this game have a counterpart. The Emissary is one of our dead companions. It actually can change from universe to universe.
I think I'll play
They
Fortnite.
only reveal their face in Universe 1. After becoming Starborn and jumping to a new universe, the player has a counterpart in their own who canonically just doesn't show up at the Lodge, except during one of the Easter egg universes where they do show up. In both of these cases, the counterpart is not a Starborn. The implication here is that only one Starborn version of a person can exist in each universe. However, the Hunter is a Starborn, and Keeper Aquilus is also a Starborn. The difference is that the Hunter continued collecting the artifacts, while Aquilus decided to give up the chase and start a religion instead. So he tells us about the Pilgrim's Path, which could point to the Unity, even though Aquilus doesn't want people going after the Unity anymore. It's confusing, and that's because there's no written rules about how this multiverse thing works. And there's another main quest that straight up plays like a Fallout 3 side quest that has us jumping between two versions of a facility that is/was performing experiments on an artifact they uncovered. The implication here is that the multiple universes can be tied to a single location, and that just by touching an artifact for the first time and getting a vision, we can jump between those two universes. Except this contradicts all other experiences we've had with how these different universes work. Yeah, so not only are we dealing with a multiverse story written by a bunch of people who haven't been able to write a coherent linear story in over a decade, we're also dealing with a story where there's zero internal consistency with how its universes work. It's another example of Bethesda just making something up that will give their designers license to do whatever they want. This is hilarious because there are no quests in this game that actually leverage the premise and the mechanics in any sort of entertaining way. Like I said, this quest plays out like a Fallout 3 side quest, and I do mean that in the most insulting way possible. Okay, so, third attempt now. The Pilgrim. It has a connection to all three of the major religions in the setting. who is a Starborn, once again might have just been Aquilus, who basically went around the galaxy spreading seeds for how to find the Unity by implanting clues in each of the religions' belief structures. And the Keeper always knows where to find the Pilgrim's outpost because he's a Starborn and has had this conversation with us in instances already. However, he's either playing dumb here, or the writers tripped over their multiverse again, and so he wants us to go talk to representatives of the other two major religions so we can get all the clues to find the Pilgrim. The religions in this game are truly something to behold. The fact that you can Starborn check all the way from Keeper Aquilus to the meeting with the Emissary and the Hunter, I think was an admission on Bethesda's part that the religions just didn't quite pan out, but they didn't want to cut them entirely because Emil got a House of Rune tattoo. The fact that one of the religions is straight up just organized atheists doing charity work, calling themselves House Enlightened, is just so good.
Honestly, I think the founding members made it all up. There was a little more hesitation being openly atheist in the early days. I think they were experimenting with writing their own scripture. Fortunately, that got abandoned pretty quick. After the records of the Drifter end, you never see anything like it again.
The representatives he sends us to go talk to are a guy running some charity work beneath New Atlantis, and a religious zealot of House Varun locked up in a nearby UC jail. Hey, isn't Andreja? Oh right, she was probably gonna get written out of the story. Never mind. Well, there's also an ambassador for House Varun living in the abandoned embassy next door to the Keeper. Surely... oh wait, that was the work of another designer on another quest line, and no one at Bethesda ever talks to each other. All of this running around eventually leads us to the Emissary and the Hunter, where they finally give us the exposition dump we've been waiting for. Man, Mass Effect...
Yeah, I'm getting there slowly. Oh wow. They like New World and they put the flail in their game. Time to play some Fortnite. What happened here? My FFXI died. Damn it. Before Fortnite launched. And late start. What the fuck? Okay. Ooh. What happened? God damn. Changed. Oh man. I think I'll land over here. Oh, hey, cool. They put the Chug Splash back in the game. That's interesting. Different guns now. Seasons changed. Same auto shotgun still here, though. Well, let's go to cars here. I'm gonna sit and wait in here in a minute and just get logged in and stuff. Ah! Fucking mouse was off the screen. The fuck was that? God damn it. I think I want that. Ooh, yeah, I want that. These guys are gonna have to come this way. Wait, oh, the train's coming. I'll just get on that. Oh no, is he here? He probably is here. Oh no. Did he ditch? No, yeah, he ditched. Damn it. I mean, I don't know. Oh. Sis. Yep. Okay. Oh shit, that was sniper. No idea where from. Fuck was that at? There he is. Son of a bitch. At least I got out. Yeah, there's the asshole who actually took the shot at me. I'm like, where's the guy who took the shot at me? That's him. He didn't have it. Oh god, at least not right now. Oh god, he might have it now. Come on, man. I don't really like this. Damn it. Okay, stop. I don't care if I die. It's ice weather. I've got red health. If the ghost pops me, I'll die. Gotta come over here where it's safe and there isn't gonna be any aggro or anything like that. Yeah, like way over here. Yep. And oh, wait, before I do this, you need to stay. And I want you to wait. There you go. Now, you go. Oh, yeah, and then, you need to have a new laser and compress. Yeah, you need to have a new laser and compress. Oh, God. Go. Fuck was this guy? Where is he? Fuck this guy. Fuck is he? He shot my car up, but he didn't come? Okay. That's new. Ugh. Where is he? Oh, he's right there. Oh. I don't know what to do. Alright, go. What was that? What was that? Oh God. Gotta go, but I don't know. I should go up. No mobility, and I gotta go a while. Son of a bitch. Scared of somebody coming behind me. Oh, I can see him. Oh shit. Oh shit. Fuck was that? What was that? Fuck is this? It's a it's a Warforged assault rifle. Okay. That guy didn't have any ammo. He like sat AFK all match. Why is that gone? What? Whoa. I cannot enter this. It just will not let me. I don't know what's going on. Gotta check stuff, but yeah, I want to sit in this bush. I think that's good. Okay, how we doing here? We're good. And then I want to tag her. Good. We're gonna familiar him. Good. And just kill ghosts, I guess. Yeah, like me. What else am I doing? Yeah. Stone Gatu, huh? Fucking fucker. $14 left. Oh, that put the fire out. Oh, well. I think I like that one better. Oh, shit, what was that? Oh, yeah. Nice. Oh, shit. Oh. Oh. What's this? Man, that guy's fuck far away. He's an idiot. He doesn't see this over there. This is awesome. I just want him to not maybe have such a good time over there, you know? I don't want him coming back here. I've got a movie that's gonna kill me. Yep, see, there it is. God damn it. I don't know. Yeah. It's better than this. Oh, yep. Oh. Shit, man, I don't know. I need a car or something. I don't know. I'm just gonna keep going. Here's a bush. That's better than nothing. Okay, gotta check EvE and make sure that I've compressed. Gotta move now. Oh good, it's on my side though. At least I have enough ammo to kill somebody maybe. There's a car. That's good. I don't think I can win. I needed ammo and I didn't get it. All match. 4 kills and a bunch of moving and I didn't get any ammo. But whatever. I'll just be careful. They'll have to push my bush. Push my bush. Push, push. You'll have to push, push. Push, 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 push. Why do I feel like somebody's in that house now? Fuck are these guys? I haven't heard a shot or seen anyone. There's somebody. Yeah. I need it. I probably want that instead of this. Yeah, it's better. Yeah. Better, but not, like, better. Maybe not better. I definitely want his gun. Oh, God. Go, 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 go. I gotta remember, I got 2 SMGs. I can finish up what I need to do to kill them. It's hard, but 7 left. I don't know how good this gun is, but... Oh! Okay. I didn't want to light up. I don't want to light up yet until I have to. It's gonna be annoying. I don't have the mobility to live. I'll have to go in the car or like something. But I'm in the top 10. That's what I care about. I don't care about winning. I should maybe go get that car before I lose it. Oh, I can hear a car now and a fight. Shit. My God, I want to win this. Oh! He took a hit. Where is he? Gotta make sure none of them push me or anything. Gotta see where the other guy is. Where's the other guy? Oh, there he is, there he is. What the fuck is that? What was that? Oh, what was this now? What? What? Whoa! What? How is he doing it? How is he doing it? He was perfectly sniping me! Okay. In the bush. Whatever. It's fine. Fucking toxic piece of shit. How'd you shoot me perfect in the bush 3 times in a row? You got fucking X-ray vision or what? Must be, I guess. I don't know. Well, I got third. Took my shit off the screen. Stealth Spotter, Huntress DMR, okay. Wow, they changed this. They changed this so much. Wow. There's not all these idiots NPCs running around. It's like quiet now, it's nice. I'll try the new DMR. I think it's actually probably, it's got a nice scope on it. Oh, cool, yeah? Oh, okay. I don't know what you would use that for, but okay. Maybe the bush, maybe that's how he killed me. Yep, I guess you can see through the bush with this. Okay, I get it. Interesting. gonna sit up here and just wait. Oh, I want some more shotgun rounds yet. There's just a little bit more. All 3 white shotguns. Alright, we're looking good. I'll give myself an exit here. Or like a window. Yep, like a window to watch. Yep, like that. And you are like not even taking damage, so just keep farming these things. Fucking perfect. It looks natural. I'm gonna sit here until I have to move. Ooh, there's a blue chest. Beekeeper shotgun. Okay. Perhaps I'll stop Chuck Slash. Start Chuck splashing him. Goes, yep, see, I had a feeling. What was that? Oh no. What happened over there? Where was that other fire coming from? Fuck. Better not be anybody behind me. I think I should get 3 larges as opposed to these 2 chug splashes, but I don't know. I don't know. Oh. God damn. Fuck was that? Fuck was this? What was that? Stole my goddamn car. Fuck was that? He's gonna fly on me, isn't he? I don't care. Where was he? I don't see him. Go. I don't want him. And I don't need him. Jesus Christ. Stole your wings, bitch. Oh god. Oh, I thought... Oh, you don't get to keep them all the time? Well, it got me out of that shitty situation, at least. You know? That's what counts. Oh, what was this? Oh, God, okay, you scared me. Okay, so... Gotta get on this ghost. Go attack that ghost. Yep. I mean... Ooh. Yeah. I'll take it. It's better than nothing. I don't know where to go or what to do. Don't know what to do. What to do. Yeah. DMR is good. It's helpful. Oh, what was that? Oh, no, that's nobody. Okay, the big fight over there. Where is this going to end? It's going to end here. It's going to end, like, right here. So I'm sitting pretty for a nice leisurely wait. Oh, somebody's here. Shit, somebody's here. Fuck was that? Fuck is he? He's in there. Maybe he went that way. Alright, anyways, gotta compress. Compress. So, because I have 4, but, whatever. Oh, I do have 4. 12 left. Oh. What was that? It's gonna end over there. Gotta move now. Oh shit. Okay. Oh. Oh, whatever! Oh god, can he see me? He can see me, he can see me. Yeah. Fuck. Low armor. That son of a bitch. Don't you off that fucking ledge. Off it. Four left, guys. Wish me luck. I doubt it, but yeah, like I can't even get armor very safely. I best fucking move now. Well, at least there's better guns here. Shotgun and Nemesis AR. Wings and splash. I'm gonna splash now just because I'm like out of time. Yep. Yeah, there, that frenzy auto shotgun. And yep, and the Reaper sniper rifle and oh god, I don't know, but oh cool. Can you kind of like exploit like fly with it? Yeah, you can. Look. Okay. Oh yeah, you can. You can kind of like jump further. All right, this motherfucker, dude. I'm just gonna take it now. Oh, there's somebody. God damn it. I need meds. Fucking badly. Meds. Better than nothing. 4 left and I best fly out of here. Or, well, just run. If I take fire, I'll fly. I know someone was behind me, but I don't know. There's a fight. I have to move. Let them fight. Can't believe everyone's still alive. Oh God. God damn it. Where is he? I don't see him. I'm second place. I'll probably lose this, but at least I got second, you know? Maybe he'll die of the storm. I don't know. I don't know where he is. Fuck is that? I don't know where he is. I don't know. Oh. Nice. Nice fight. I don't know how you fucking did it. Fucking rock. You had a rock and I didn't. Well, second place in a row. I'm not a first place player. I guess I'm a silver player right now. That's okay. It was close. I gotta stick on a ghost. Why did the sniper rifle pickup have no scope? Son of a bitch. You fucking suck, you idiot. Yep. Oh! Oh! Thunderbolt of Zeus. I don't know what that is. Fucking freaky. Fucking freaky. That was like weird. Well, that was fun. Fun little fracas. Why are there all these guns lying around all over the place? Oh, damn it. Doesn't really help me. I'm gonna call it in and go. Well, I'm not gonna go, but I'm gonna get ready to go. What's that? Where's this fucking guy? Oh, he built a porta. He built porta bunkers. Yeah, he did. I see him now. Watch this. This will be funny. Stay away from my bush. That's right. Stay away from my bush and we're good. Oh yeah! Deleted. Gatekeeper shotgun. Beautiful shot, I gotta say. Shutting down sweats left and right. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, bitch. This was a nasty shotgun. Yes, it was. Yes, it was. I want her health and her stuff. Yeah. I'll take that over this because I know this. Yep, I'll take that over that. Okay. Back to the bush. Yeah, I'd be shutting them out, bitch. You shutting them out. Five left. 7 mine.
accepted. Docking request accepted.
There's trash, but that one over there isn't. I'm in the top 5 again. 7 kills. 3 of them really sweaty. Nice. I don't want to fucking tangle with him, though. I will take the bush in the center of the island. Yep. I see ya. I don't care. Wait. I don't see where he shot me from. Probably up there. No, maybe not. Alright, peekaboo fuckos, where are you? It's always 4 up and I always die in second. It's stupid because the other guy's like fucking pushy sweat. Oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Yeah. Oh. Okay. Shit. Oh! I can't believe I hit him! I can't believe I hit that shot. I don't know how I hit that shot. It was maybe the best shot of my life, maybe. I think that was the best shot of my life, guys. What's he gonna do, that bitch? Sooner or later, you have to move. I'll have to move all the way the fuck over there. I'm moving. Screw this. Anything heals? Nope. God damn it. There, but, yeah, that's better, but... I mean, it was better, yeah. Three left. Oh. Fuck is he? Oh, he's in the bush, is he? He's not. I want to see him, like, he doesn't know I'm here yet because I haven't aimed at him. I'm gonna try and get it. I'm gonna try to get the headshot. He's got to poke his head again, though. Am I out of the storm? I don't know. I don't know. I don't think I'm going to get this guy. Maybe I should just creep him. Where's the other guy? Oh, he's going back the other way, though. That's good. There he is. There he is. Come on, show your face, fucko. He's not going to until he has to. Oh. was that? Hit him. Yeah, bitch! Woo! Yeah, I got him! I got him! Yeah, bitch! Had some good shots on that one. I had the best shot of my life, maybe. Couple of the best shots of my life, maybe. I'm playing pretty good. I got him. Woo! Hit him with the car all 3 times. Ran over the other guy. I did great. Did great. Excuse me. I'll be right back, guys. Nature calls.
Your skill has increased.
I had some good snipes this round. I want to go back and look at it. It was pretty good. We want your feedback. On a scale from 1 to 10, how would you rate the following game? Please skip the question if you've not played this game. Lego Fortnite is like a 7. I'd say. I liked it. It needed something. I don't know what though. I don't know what it is. You guys have to innovate. I don't need I don't need a carbon copy of fucking Minecraft or whatever. I really don't. I'm terribly sorry. I don't need a carbon copy of Minecraft. Got my daily win. I really didn't think I was going to get it. Lord of the Bush. Lord of the Bush. I am Lord of the Bush. I am Lord of the Bush. Why did it sound like silenced weapon fire? Sounds weird. I am the Lord of the Bush. Bow down before me. Bow down before me. I'm the Clit Commander. I am the Lord in the Bush. Gotta change the title to Fortnite. Yep. Save. I am the Lord of the Bush. Yes. Yes. I just want to play it. Why can't I see anything? Just the gameplay, damn it. This is fun. So start this off, yeah. Here we go. I want to start it there. That was cool. I want to play it out like a movie. So I was like, well, I could probably crack his shield. I've got the tool to do it. And I knew he was coming. I knew he was coming. Why is there no sound? It's weird.
You've been examined.
Wait, pause it. I don't understand why the sound went away. I think I want to go back. I think it glitched. Yeah. I want to reload it because it like fucked up. Now that I've got the camera where I want it. Like it muted it for some reason. Popped him, nice. Oh, it was 2 people the whole time? Wow, what an idiot. What an idiot. I can't believe it went like that. I had no idea that it was even 2 people. I did not know it was 2 people. Shows you what you're aware of and what's actually happening. It's kind of funny. I thought it was only 1 guy, but it was 2 guys both acting like sweats, and it cost 1 guy. I think it cost the other guy too, watch. Beautiful! Yeah! Take that, Odor 3 rag. I saw a bottle and I was like, ooh, bottled, up, down, please stop, let me in. And I was like, do I use the bottle? No, I chop the barrels. I go AFK to do EvE.